Yeah, we call that scrongling. Don't ask me why. Moving on, Asunder will set up a slam storage and place the blue skull on the altar so that the next area opens. And now we move on to the Tunnel of Blood. The blood tunnel that will damage you if you touch it, but at least it won't kill you. The first wave is 2 Virtues, 2 Maurices, and a Sentry. And by rocket riding right in front of the Virtues and doing a FUP, both Virtues and Maurices are instantly dead. What's a FUP? I don't know, dog. What's a FUP with you? That's such a stupid joke. A FUP is a frozen, unfriendly pull. So the Whiplash doesn't only grab skulls and items, it can also grab projectiles, like rockets. But when this rocket collides with V1, it explodes. I thought we were friends. However, remember that freezing a rocket will charge it to deal more damage. And when combined with another mechanic I've not mentioned, it gets better. Hitting an airborne enemy will create a bigger explosion that deals more damage. And look, V1 is airborne, so we get the damage and radius increase from freezing, the damage and radius increase from hitting an airborne target, and thus, the FUP'd rocket will kill the Virtues by pushing them into the tunnel's damaging walls. And while Maurice fires their projectiles at us, the FUP will reflect their attack back, killing them instantly. And after continuing to ride the rocket, she'll punch the sentry into the wall. Get hacked. The second part of the tunnel consists of 2 Cerberus, 2 sentries, and a Maurice in the back. So, it's been a minute. That means the cannonballs recharge. That means this Cerberus is instantly dead. Asunder will then stand at a very specific spot next to the second Cerberus. With where she's specifically standing, the Cerberus dashes into the walls of the tunnel, dying. Afterwards, Asunder will whiplash the Maurice and shotgun melee combo it until it dies. One thing about Maurice's dying is that they will send out a shockwave that will knock things into the air if they are anywhere near the same elevation. That's what happens to the sentries here. They get knocked into the air, making contact with the blood tunnel, instantly killing them. Wait, aren't machines fueled by blood? So how do they die by touching blood? Well, they die because it's programmed that way, idiot. Moving on. After rocket riding out of the bloodle, Asunder arrives at the last and biggest combat encounter of the level. This arena has like 3 real phases. The first phase is 2 sword machines, 1 ferryman, and 4 strays located around the arena. But that's not all. A stalker enemy is in here, but has an invincibility shield from an idol that's... I fucking hate this game! So we won't be able to kill them until the game drops this glass window around these idols. Stalkers are built around covering their fellow demons in sand, thus making it very hard to get back HP. But Asunder just won't take damage. The second phase starts when everything except the stalker is dead, and spawns in a big hit. Boo. What's up, folks? How's it going? How it be? Let's see here. I'll put my music on in the background while we're waiting for some people. Can I beat Doom 3 blindfolded? Guys, I'm not gonna play through Doom 3 again. Once was already pain enough. Ad the second you come back? Twitch? Dude, Twitch is supposed to run an ad like as soon as I start stream. I have it set up that way. So that people, the ads during the, starting soon screen. So therefore, when the actual stream happens, like, people aren't missing it. Twitch is just funny, folks. Hold on, I have to set up a little. If you hear any background music today, I'm having you know that it is background music from the Turbo Overkill OST, because that game is fucking awesome. More ads is wild? Yeah, blame Twitch, dude. I wanted to start those ads, like, right at the end. Right at the beginning. Janush, BX, Doomed Llama, Mrs. Hunt. I get it. Ivka. Enter Zelda. Anyone else I've missed? Hello, hi. How's it all going, folks? Doom 3 with only the pistol? No. 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 Saw a review earlier today from the same person that said Eternal was sexist and transphobic. Dude, people will just say buzzwords to, like, get anything on the game. Like, Doom is, like, the most non-political game ever made. And there'll be people saying it. Like, I don't get it. Oh my goodness, they said called them mortally challenged. It's such a, like, no, guys, it's a play on a joke, like. It's weird. But for those who don't, oh, here, I actually swapped to the wrong scene. I wanted this scene, I think. Hello, yes, and if I put this up, bam. So you'll see here, I've been taking notes. There's this great... We're going to open up a little bit of history here. As we go straight into the cesspool, the absolute insanity, the depravity, the barren nature that is video game reviews and critiques and discourse. I know. It will be a little hard. Some might say it might be even a little tough. But believe me, we need to come out of this. We need to go watch a bunch of Doom the Dark Ages reviews, which is what we're going to be doing today. The reason why I'm doing this is because I don't know really what the public perception of Doom the Dark Ages is. Like, I have no idea what popular people think of this game. I have no idea what the general zeitgeist surrounding this game is. Like, oh, do people think it's a good game? Do people think it sucks? Do people think it's awesome? Do people think it's mid? And I want to try to sum up, maybe make a video based on the critique discourse, maybe my own critique or something. So I did something where I watched Civy's video. Civvy, if you don't know, is a classic Doom guy, super cool dude. His Dark Ages review is garbage. Like, I literally, I was watching through it, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta start taking notes, because, like, there's so much crap being said. Although I do agree with him. He says the BFC is unfun at 14 minutes, 35 seconds into the video, which he's fucking correct. But, like, I got in through such a, like, a haze. I got through, like, an autistic anger that I was like, wait, is everyone, like, just, like, not understanding this game? Because, like, he did say he liked it, but at the same time, he makes fun of Doom 2016, saying it doesn't have type combat, saying that armored enemies are counters to shield, which is just fucking untrue. And there's a bunch of bullshit in there. And I'm just wondering, did everyone else get a bunch of bullshit? So we're just gonna watch through a bunch of videos. I've gathered a bunch of YouTubers who just had Dark Ages reviews, over 100,000 views abouts, and we are going to watch them slowly but surely. I don't know how many we'll get through today, but we will. So because this is a serious work stream with me having notes, chat, I want your perspective on things when we get to things too, so feel free. Feel free to chime in with your thoughts on what people are saying. And because this is a work stream, I, of course, have a beer. Where I do my best frickin' work is with a beer. So we're gonna start it with the classic. If you want to rage, check out Synthetic Man's TDA review. Yeah, but Synthetic Man's a troll. Like, I want to observe the people in good faith. This review that we're currently starting with is IGN's Doom the Dark Ages review. You don't get any more normie than IG frickin' N. So this, I think, is a good stepping off point here. Let me, in my notes, IGN review notes. My opinion's the popular one. I mean, yeah, but nah, I doubt it is. But yeah, let's get into this. I don't want to start anything. Let's try to keep it, let's try to put in on our critical thinking caps, folks, and try to ask the question of, is what they're saying correct? Are they justified, and how so? Because that's how you get to the root of discourse. You know. I don't know, let's just hit play.
If there's one thing that's kept the name Doom up near the top of the list of first-person shooters, it's how it's always boldly reinventing being a badass, super...
I am using that scene, by the way. That is totally going to be one of my opening scenes for a video where I'm going to say a hey all. Making YouTuber enemies the stream? Hey, in order to make enemies, they'd have to know about me.
Powered one-man army against the
army. So wait, who's the writer of this? I should know their name, because IGN isn't one entity. There's lots of people. Mitchell Saltzman is the reviewee. It might be good to know Mitchell.
Name Doom up near the top of the list of first-person shooters, it's how it's always boldly reinventing being a badass, super-powered one-man army against the armies of hell.
So, the best thing is reinvent. Yeah, I agree with that. No, he's just saying that Doom reinvents the wheel every single time, which is true and it's cool.
3 decades ago, we got the original old-school running guns, then a jump-scare-laden horror shooter, then a modern reimagining of that old-school running gun, and then a mobility-focused action shooter in 2020's Doom Eternal. The form that Doom, the Dark...
How do they describe 2016?
Then a laden horror shooter, then a modern reimagining of that old-school running gun, and then...
Is Doom 2016 an old-school reimagining of the classic Doom? I think they're very different. Like, I guess there's some similarities of there's enemies that you move around and you shoot them, but, like, I know it's like a modern reboot, as I've always said. I think Doom the Dark Ages is more classic Doom than Doom 2016. So I don't know why they would say that 2016's the reimagining. Okay, that's a nitpick. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like I don't see it. I've played through these games. It's an evolution. Yeah, I know it's an evolution, but this guy just puts the phrasing in words that I don't agree with.
And a mobility-focused action shooter in 2020's Doom Eternal. The form that...
Modern reimagining is a stretch. Yeah, I think maybe it might be just that. I think, maybe it's definitely in the same. I think it's in the same vibe. I don't know. I hate using like those wish-washy words, but same vibe is something I would go with. If you're a noob Doom fan, you kind of think that. So Zelda, you're just telling me that if you're wrong, you're wrong. Okay.
Doom: The Dark Ages takes on is actually one that is very different from Eternal, a game that I rank as one of my favorite shooters of all time.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, IGN's kind of base, saying, wait, this is one of their favorite shooters of all time? IGN's on the positive train, liking a hard game? Oh, wait, they probably put the sliders down to 50%. We'll see.
In fact, it's so different that initially I was turned off by the heavier feel of the movement, the lack of a double jump or air dash, and the sheer chaos of having wide open fields with seemingly hundreds of enemies.
You can tell the IGN difficulty. Hold on, look at this.
Air dash, and the sheer chaos.
Look at all these soldiers doing nothing as he's just sitting there, point blank, not blocking, shooting at something in the background. Like, he's playing on Aspiring Slayer. He has to. What's up, Scorpoltal?
Of having wide open fields with seemingly hundreds of enemies closing in on me from all sides.
Okay, seemingly 100. The word seemingly is doing all the fucking work there. Like, this game never throws more than 100 enemies at you. Like, we're dealing with, like, 40s, 50s, where, like, 35 to 40 are fodder. Like, and those aren't, like, difficult AI. Like, the complex, like, you know, tyrants and cyber demons, you're never, like, given so much, like a lot of them on the field. You're given mostly fodder with, like, a few heavies. Well, it's a way to play the game. Yeah, hold on. Let me make a note of that. About 45 seconds in. Definitely low difficulty gameplay. Quote-unquote, hundreds of demons. I guess they're going for how it feels, but, like, come on, man. You can't, like, take the time to count the demons in one encounter or give a better estimate. Not reviewing reviews? Hell yeah, we are. What's up, Enigma?
But a few hours into the 20-plus hour campaign, my arsenal had expanded. The ways in which I could dispatch enemies had diversified, and I'd started to better understand and appreciate what Doom: The Dark Ages was and what it wasn't. By the end of it, I was left...
You know what? If everything except the background gameplay is showing me that he doesn't know how to play, I think he's genuinely based. Dude, Mitchell's kind of killing it, I think, in a little bit of what makes this game good. I guess we'll get into the details. 20-hour campaign? Yeah, I think campaign's about 20 hours when you play through it. I think mine was, like, just over 18. However, I am a mega sweat lord who is playing on 150% speed, so, What's my favorite skin in Doom DDA? The QuakeCon one. QuakeCon skin's pretty cool.
Grinning like a Doom guy that just picked up a super shotgun as I ripped and tore until it was done.
He said the line. Mitchell Saltzman said the line.
Doom: The Dark Ages.
Wait, I missed the title card. Reviewed on PC. Oh, yeah, Saltzman's a PC. Okay, he gets a +1 point. Give it up for Saltzman, man.
Doom the Dark Ages campaign is all about setting up.
Okay, one small thing he said during the introduction is how he didn't like it initially, and then it grew on him. I think that's a common thread for, like, every review I've seen, or, like, just blanket Doom the Dark Ages opinion. Everyone always says that the beginning missions were bad, but they got the feel of it and started getting into it by the mid-game.
Up the dark sci-fi fantasy vibes. It follows our strong, mostly silent Doomslayer before he was awoken in a sarcophagus in a UAC space station back in Doom 2016. Of course, the Slayer himself.
I know he doesn't mean for that to be funny, but, like, dude, how the fuck does Doom the Dark Ages leads into Doom 2016? It's like, oh, there's, like, a whole story between these games that happens. It's just like, obviously, he ends up in a coffin in UAC on Mars after this, you know?
Himself isn't much more than just a vehicle for badassery, so it's not like we're seeing a new side of him or getting any sort of deeper look at this character's origins or motivations. Instead, the Dark Ages story is more about filling in the blanks in the Doom universe, diving into the history of the conflict between humans and demons, and further fleshing out both the faction of humanity defending Sentinels and the deity-like Makers.
No. Okay, I disagree with that approach. Okay, let me know, Chad, if you think this is more accurate. In my mind, Doomslayer is like a legend. Like, you know, that demons tell their kids late at night to scare them so that they stay in their bed. Like, and this is just one of his many adventures as the Doomslayer, as, of course, he got involved into an intergalactic warfare conflict with the demons. Like, he's been around that long. I don't think this does any fleshing out for, like, the modern Doom world, honestly. I think, if anything, it just complicates it to the unholy extent. I feel like the right attitude viewing this game is very much like, this is just a typical Tuesday for Doom guy. He does this all the time. Isn't there a few hundred years between TDA and 2016? I don't think there's any concrete date, so I don't think so. Do I only play Doom on Nightmare? Yeah, or greater. All right, yeah, let me know what you think, chat, but I don't know, it's just like I think he's, like, the way he's tossing it up gives the story way too much credence. Like, it's not, like, the best thing, the story's just kind of okay at best, like, eh.
Launch the Slayer.
And in that way, it's not only serviceable, but it also does a good job of taking us to both a wide variety.
Wait, did he just say what I think he said?
In that way, it's not only serviceable, but
it's not only serviceable. Guys, it's not, it doesn't only do the bare fucking minimum, it also does... that is such a backhanded compliment. Okay, IGN, I was on your side for a little bit, I'm not anymore.
It also does a good job of taking us to both a wide variety of hellish landscapes that includes sci-fi themed medieval castles, and a very welcome trip to the Lovecraftian inspired cosmic realm, which features a ton of really cool mind-bending puzzles and creepy settings that are different from what we've seen before.
I did like the Cosmic Realm for a lot of its variety. I think the Cosmic Realm's like a big touching point for every review, because it's like the good part of the game. Cosmic Realm's the best part of the game. IMO. Yeah, exactly, Veter. I hope they don't do that. What's up, Ignacio, by the way? Yeah, Nacho. I guess that's what it literally is, but I was talking about vibe, not literally what happens. You get me, Nacho? I think you're thinking a little bit too literal from where I am.
Perhaps the best thing about the story is that it no longer feels like it's just the Slayer against the nameless forces of hell. There are human companions that are central to the plot.
Maybe he didn't survive.
Wait, the best part is that it's not... Oh, I need to rewind that up, back that up a bit.
Perhaps the best thing about the story is that it no longer feels like it's just the Slayer against the nameless forces of hell.
What was the issue with Doom Guy fighting the endless forces of hell? Why is that bad? Dude, Doom 2016 was Doom Guy fighting the aimless forces of hell, but you know how it worked? Is they set up a human antagonist as the girl who summons them there. You don't need the demons to have faces or names or anything. You can have a good story without that. Because Eternal had the Khan Maker. She was the antagonist the entire time. Set up. He's like, no. Every Doom game has had an antagonist. What the fuck is this guy on? Okay, guys, but there's a demon with a name. Like, you don't understand. This guy's like head honcho. He's the prince of hell. Doom 3 has visibility? Yeah! Okay, maybe Doom 1 and 2, you can be like, there is no antagonist, because, don't get me wrong, it's like the first video game ever made. They had to slack on some of the content. But, like, this dude's being like, Dark Ages is so different. It actually has an antagonist. Yeah, IGN, people. IGN.
Are human companions that are central to the plot.
Maybe he didn't survive.
It regularly feels like you're fighting alongside humanity in this giant all-out war against the demons. And
it feels like your fight. I have to write this down. 235. 235. It feels like you're fighting with humanity. No, you don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm actually not sorry. This kind of pissed me off. It always little bit jabbed me, just like in the side, a slight annoyance every single time, that the Sentinels have a fucking army. But yet, Doomguy is going in there alone, even when there's full-on forces, like, you know, shooting around, everything. It's just only Doomguy taking out, like, 20 demons. Imagine, like, Doomguy with, like, 5 guys in backup. Like, how good that would be. Now, I know the reason that doesn't happen is because it's harder to make game focused around you and co-op allies versus, like, you know, enemy AIs. Like, look at Elden Ring, if you need any example for how, you know, if you have allies fighting the same enemy, the game just completely fucking breaks down and is no longer the same game. It's something completely different where it feels more like exploiting the boss than it is actually fighting it. Sorry, Elden Ring rant. I'm stopping it. Let's get back on track. Like, that's the reason why you can't have, like, multiple NPCs and get that. I think people very much appreciate the lone wolf who can kill a horde of hell on his own. So it's like, how much it feels like there's people with you. In practice, there's nobody with you at all the time. Hell, Thera, during Ancestral Forge, is supposedly there the whole time with you, and then she gives you the shield rune, and she just fucking teleports away. No explosion from, like, Azrok's hell ship needed. She's just fucking gone. Like, I think he's saying he likes that it feels, but, like, nobody plays Doom, like, says that as a thing they like. They like the lone badass. You get me?
there's actual intrigue involving the mysterious makers and their role in this whole conflict. This is the strongest a Doom story has ever been, even
Not a high bar.
if that's not a bar you'd have to double jump over.
Wait! He made the joke! Yo, wait, Mitchell, you're actually kind of insane. Wait, he's good. Okay, I have I disagree with a few things he said, but I think this guy actually, he knows how to write. You can tell.
This actually feels like you're fighting
for a sec.
alongside humanity in this giant all-out war against the demons, and there's actual intrigue involving the mysterious makers and their role in this whole conflict.
Yeah, Creed Maker, there's intrigue in makers in this whole Dude, Creed Maker was just he hit the Doom Guy button. There's nothing you get more out of the makers than that. Like, oh, they had a representative of the Sentinels who hit the Doom Guy button whenever they need the Doom Guy all over the place. Like,
This is the strongest a Doom story has ever been, even if that's not a bar you'd have to double jump over.
ah, dude.
Besides the setting, the big thing that separates Doom the Dark Ages from previous entries in the series is the addition of the Slayer's Shield, and all the abilities that come with it. Now, rather than being forced to avoid taking damage by constantly staying on the move and jumping around like a madman, you're often encouraged to charge straight forward into danger with your shield at the ready to either block or deflect enemy attacks. Any attack that is red can be blocked until your shield is depleted, and anything that's green can be reflected with a well-timed guard to not only deal substantial damage, but also stun most monsters it hits.
Yeah, just explain the game mechanics. I will say, you can tell that the editor behind this knew the sound design of this game was great, because in the break between sentences, they're just like, yeah, I need to do the shield bash sound effect, that's cool. Best part about Doom is that it feels like a one-man battle against Endless Hordes in a sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying.
Even on Nightmare difficulty, which is what I did my playthrough on,
Wait, he did it on Nightmare? Guys. Okay, that footage must have been B-roll from when he was just, like, playing around a little bit. Or maybe you know what? The game's not really... You know what? That could be Nightmare. My bad. If he said he played on Nightmare, I guess I'll believe him. Although I am going to be watching his footage like a hawk for anything that doesn't make sense with Nightmare difficulty.
parry timing is very generous. Unfortunately, you can fine-tune it however you like in the menus, along with a ton of other handy difficulty modifiers. The other key shield technique is a charging...
Man, okay, so good thing they mentioned the slider system. When I watched the Civi review, Civi just like talked about sliders and then dismissed them outright. And then like, I'm gonna play on Ultraviolence, and that's the game. It's just like, no, but the slider system is such a good part of the game. Like that, I feel like if you don't include some discussion of that in a review, it's not necessarily analyzing the whole game, right? That's just like analyzing my specific settings of a game. So I guess what I'm saying is that reviewer critique becomes less valuable because, well, it's just not as applicable. Are speedrunners going to play on the newest patch? From what I understand, the only hundo runner right now says that there's a contender for both patches. Like, I think he got like a 240 the other day. Yeah, you can basically play on up patch or down patch because the slow-mo removal takes out a lot of time, but then their combat changes take more time. So, like, it evens out approximately. We don't know how closely, but it's about.
Bash attack that can be used to quickly close the distance between you and your enemy. Think the Super Shotgun's grapple in Doom Eternal, only faster. You can use it with any weapon, and it's on a relatively quick cooldown.
I kind of hate when people make that comparison. Because, like, what? He makes it... Okay, the shield bash is like the meat hook, except you can use it with every weapon attached. It's just like a... How many clarifications do you have to make until you're just describing an entirely new thing? Like, guys, a bicycle is just like the meat hook. You see, there's a chain to which the device makes it operate, and instead of firing a gun, it's a rubber tire that pushes you as you sit on a... Like... I like, calm down. I don't think it's too bad here, but it's like it gets into that territory, if you know what I mean.
I know, fun, right? This combination of being able to use the shield both defensively to block and stun, and then offensively to quickly zip in and out is what really elevates the Dark Ages combat to the stratosphere by making it still feel very fast and exciting, even with the removal of things like double jumps, quick dashes, and fast weapon swaps. We get the best of both worlds, in that this Slayer is still extremely mobile, but also feels like a heavily armored tank thanks to loud footsteps and a devastating shockwave when you land from a high jump.
Get the best of both worlds? Best of both worlds, and I'm sorry, people, am I high? Like, I gotta roll that back. I didn't understand that.
Stratosphere by making it still zip and being able to use... I know, fun, right? This combination of being able to use the shield both defensively to block and stun, and then offensively to quickly zip in and out is what really elevates the Dark Ages combat to the stratosphere by making it still feel very fast and exciting, even with the removal of things like double jumps, quick dashes, and fast weapon swaps. We get the best of both worlds, in that this Slayer is still extremely mobile, but also feels like a heavily armored tank thanks to loud footsteps and a...
Okay, I think I understand what he's saying. He's saying that, like, oh, hey, we were able to reduce the speed of this guy by removing his mobility, but still get the best of both worlds because he still has mobility. I take it back. Mitchell, you're losing some points with me. Like, you could have just said, like, hey, they say you're not mobile, but you're still kind of mobile because the shield bash can move you quickly. Like, that's all you gotta say. Instead, it's like, oh, you get the best of both worlds, where your trade-off isn't actually a trade-off. In fact, it's exactly what you... Like, I got lost 3 sentences ago, dude. Like, you could have said this a bit more succinctly. I'm so confused what he's saying. Yeah, it's a little bit of a word salad, ain't it? That this feels like AI a little bit. Yeah, I think what he just said is, like, logically untrue. It's just he threw enough words in it that you got lost halfway through and then didn't check his proof.
Devastating shockwave when you land from a high jump. The shield's utility doesn't end there either. Eventually, you'll also get the ability to toss the shield out, Captain America style, to instantly decapitate tons of fodder enemies all at once.
Yep.
Or, if you use it against larger enemies, it will continuously buzzsaw into them, keeping them incapacitated for a short while. This is an extremely useful skill, but I found it to be especially potent against the Arachnotron enemies that like to pepper me with a constant stream of non-reflectable bullets.
So he especially liked using the chain shield on the Arachnotron. One of the weakest enemies in the game, HP-wise, by the way, dies in a single super shotgun shot, not even upgraded. I mean, like, yeah, it does stop their attack and lets you close the distance, but you just said... Dude, the IGN person, like, you're so close to, like, unlocking that next level of understanding the game, of just, like, wait. Shield bash in, and I can just instantly kill them. The ultimate CC is death. Like, I agree, the shield stun is very useful. Your example, though, is, like, one of the worst cases to use your shield bash, just because it's so overpowered by another strategy. Shield bash towards them and super shotgun. Yeah, exactly what I was saying, Carnage. It seems weird that he doesn't, like, use a shield bash as an example and give that, because that's quite an optimal strategy. Like, if he used, say, stunning a Mancubus so that he can shoot him because it has a high health bar, keeps him locked down for those extra few seconds to get him into glory kill, that would be a way better example. Because that's actually a good util use of the shield. Yo, what's up, Bent Boy? Jacob, hello. Doom the Dark Age of Stomps only? It's impossible, quit asking for it. You should play a Borderlands game with the Hellwalker only because you're the Doom guy and Hellwalker's a reference to Doom. No.
If they're unarmored, I can just toss my shield to stop them from shooting, dash in, and all it takes is a single super shotgun blast to ready them for an execution.
Wait. What?
Dash in. If they're unarmored, I can just toss my shield to stop them from shooting, dash in, and all it takes is a single super shotgun blast to ready them for an execution. Those abilities are...
Okay, I thought when he said dash in, he's going to, like, stun them and then shield bash, because you can, like, instantly recrawl and bash in, too. I was like, is he gonna, like, actually use our strategy after all? I was a little bit hyped, but no, he was so close. He meant dash in, like, the figurative, not the actual dash. Raitro, do I only play Doom? No, I play a few bit of other games. It's just I don't make content on much other than that. I'm kind of the Doom guy. But hey, I'll be eventually branching out after a bit. Just, you know, Doom's a lot of fun, man.
Are key to surviving tough fights because almost every enemy in Doom the Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this. And unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific.
Do they mean some weakness as in, like, the shield throw? Sorry, I got distracted by chat.
A single super shotgun blast to ready them for an execution. Those abilities are key to surviving tough fights because almost every enemy in Doom the Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this.
Yeah, the shield throw works on 90% of the roster for stunning them. Like, anything except the super heavy demon. It's just like... I like how he's like, every enemy has a weakness like this, when in fact the one thing he described is the weakness for like 90% of the cast. Like, your 10-year-old plays more aggressive than him? Hey, he's an IGN reviewer, okay? Your 10-year-old's better. We know this. It's fine. You gotta cut him a little slack, man.
And unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific. There's no more switching to the combat shotgun specifically to pop a grenade into a cacademon's mouth, then swapping to the rifle to snipe the guns off of a revenant, then swapping between shots of your super shotgun and ballista to quickly burst down a marauder or other big beefy enemy, etc. That's fun in its own way, and
Wait, you said there's no more doing that, but you can totally swap weapons mid-fight. I mean, you could totally play enemy's weaknesses too. Like, for example, like, they just had a chain shot on screen, right? In the clip before this.
in Doom the Dark Ages has some sort of weakness like this, and unlike Doom Eternal, they are rarely weapon specific.
Yeah, so like, you can totally play this game in a style where you swap weapons to everyone's weaknesses. Like, that's not at all... Like, I guess by the implication of his comparison to Eternal here, he's like, oh, in Eternal, it's required, and here it's not. When I can't tell you how many times Hugo Martin, the design team, have stated that they did not design Doom Eternal around quick swapping. It was all meant to be doable with minimal weapon switching. But, like, you weren't required in that game, you aren't required in this game either, but that option's still kind of available for you. I mean, how many times have you in chat swapped to a super shotgun or a chain shot to remove somebody's armor quickly in this game? Like, you just do it. DJ Peach Cobbler, he is on my list. You started playing it the same age you played the original Doom? Oh, that's so sweet, Carnage. That sounds cute.
Who still prefer it overall, but the Dark Ages still manages to find a way to be an absolute blast without requiring a StarCraft Pro's level of APM on the harder difficulties.
Again, like, it was never required for Eternal. Hell, you can do an entire no quick swapping run, like, quite well. You just gotta know some basics of movement. Like, I don't get it. I don't like this implication that Eternal is, like, something that you have to quick swap all the time. Don't get me wrong, you're incentivized for it, but, like, you also, like, cannot. I've got to actually write this down. I think that's a little bit 540. Comparison to Eternal, that you have to have a lot of APM. This argument isn't true, but hey.
The enemies are largely the same usual suspects that have been in most of the other Dooms. You've got your Imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi, and the aforementioned Arachnotron, and even the Cyber Demon, all of whom behave as you would expect. Others have gotten new facelifts.
Behaved as you expect? What? Oh yeah, the Imp, Arachnotron, Cyber Demon. Behave as you expect. You know, as you expect from Eternal, so long-range laser attacks with big telegraphs, fires rockets from the back, and I have to just dash around. Like, no, like... No, they play almost completely differently from the other games. Like, the Cyber Demon, for example, range is the best option in Eternal to take them down. But in Dark Ages, getting in close is best to take them down because they spam parry melee attacks at you. So, like, what the frick do you mean do you expect? They behave completely... okay, sorry, Mitchell. You're gonna have to do better, Mitchell. I was on your side. Chat can attest. I think you were writing... You're losing me.
Got your Imps, Hell Knights, Mancubi, and the aforementioned Arachnotron, and even the Cyber Demon, all of whom behave as you would expect. Others have gotten new facelifts to better match with the new setting, like the Pinky, who's now a mount with a Demon Archer riding him, and the new Cacodemon that hails from the Cosmic Realm. The Dark Ages even brings back...
Okay, hold on. Did he say they changed them to better fit the setting? Dude, if you put the Pinky in from Eternal, it would fit the setting, yeah. They didn't change them to fit the setting, they changed them for variety. They changed him so that it's not just like fighting the Pinky from Doom Eternal. There's some other gimmick to that enemy. Like, it's a gameplayism. I don't think the Pinky becoming a horse is all that medieval. I'm gonna be real.
The Vagary as a mini-boss who hasn't been seen since Doom 3. Overall, there's a nice variety in the enemies, and even those you fought a million times before have a few new tricks to make them fit better in the Dark Ages combat. Speaking of enemies, it's worth mentioning as well that id has exponentially jacked up the number of on-screen nasties relative to Doom or Eternal. When you get a bird's eye view of the battlefield, it truly looks like an all-out war against the minions of hell.
I wonder if you get into this point, but I'm curious if anyone else feels this way. When I look into a battlefield, like I think specifically the Reckoning last battle before you get on Ozrok's ship, where you just have that good overlook and you can see a whole armada of enemies in front of you. And then when you go in there, they only fight you 1 or 2 at a time. It's like, dudes, do you guys not see 20 feet in front of you? I am super shotgunning your friend in the face right now and shield sawing down like a roller coaster. Like, you're not gonna do anything. You're just 30, like... Why aren't you guys, like, all ganging up on me? I feel like there's no good reason that they all just don't rush me down. I know the reason why they don't rush you down. It's a gameplayism. It's if every enemy rushed you down, you would die instantly, and then the player wouldn't have fun. But at the same time, like, can we do better than the enemies just, like, staring me down, murdering their friends from 30 feet away? Like, it feels like they have every reason in the world to get involved in that fight. That's just plain Ultra Nightmare. They all seem to swarm. No, this is true on Nightmare too, Unique. I don't play outside of Nightmare, and I feel like this gets experienced a lot in that game.
Did lead to a bit of frustration for me early on, as I was often getting attacked from behind by enemies that would spawn in without warning, but all it took was some adjustment in how I approached certain combat encounters. I had to make sure that I was using my shield bash to disengage.
Enemy aggression is the scale of difficulty. Lego balloons. It does. Like, no, like I'm stating, you guys. Like, it does try to account for even on max aggression. You don't get this. And I know why it is. Like, if you look in the game code, I was talking to a few devs about how encounters were structured while at QuakeCon. And basically, they all have, like, a positional aggro range of where they will not engage unless you cross into that aggro range. And then there's a bunch of freaking other modifiers that, you know, depending on, like, oh, like, do they chase you down? Do they stay there? There's a bunch of weird things. But, like, this is just designed in that way that enemies are effectively blind after a certain distance. Like, that's kind of the main thing. It doesn't matter your combat tokens, your aggression, or anything. Like, that affects on every difficulty. New chapter of manga? Ooh, enjoy. Hold on. Well, I want to wind it back a little bit because I was focusing on a chat message.
Adjustment in how I approach certain combat encounters. This did lead to a bit of frustration for me early on, as I was often getting attacked from behind by enemies that would spawn in without warning, but all it took...
Yeah, okay, so I think he kind of sees it too. He just doesn't know how to eloquate it, because he said he loves seeing these big battlefields with all these enemies, but then, like, things spawn behind him, and that's insane. Notice how he used the word spawn, because he notices it doesn't happen with any of the enemies that are just regularly scattered at the beginning of an arena. They don't... It's not like there's enemies designed to flank you if you go in certain routes and whatnot. The game doesn't do anything to that extent. But, like, the thing that always trips you up is when you're fighting, and then bam, just an encounter spawn just happens, like, because you progress the wave or something. Just right on top of you. That gets you way more than this big battlefield worth of enemies. What's up, Sora and Sorcerer? Hello. Why doesn't Slayer have a dropkick yet? It's the DLC melee weapon. He gets a dropkick.
With some adjustment in how I approach certain combat encounters. I had to make sure that I was using my shield bash to disengage in addition to engaging to keep them off my back.
Actually, okay, I meme a little bit, but I am actually so glad that an IGN reviewer was able to pick up on the depth of the shield bash is a good escape tool if you just target a faraway fodder. That is more than I expected. They got, you know, not the worst guy to review this.
Noteworthy omission from the Dark Ages is the iconic chainsaw that has been used since Doom 2016 as a way to instantly kill a single enemy and regain ammo in the process. That has been replaced by an all-new melee system that lets you get up close and personal and engage in melee brawls that also restore your ammo.
Yeah, because when you chainsaw a demon, that's not getting up and close in a personal brawl to get ammo. Completely different.
Do miss the satisfaction of sawing an imp or other small enemy in half, but this system works better for what Doom the Dark Ages is trying to achieve by again making you rush towards the fight rather than away from it.
Okay, I have no problem if you just state that as fact, but he brought that up in comparison to how it's different from the chainsaw, when it functions exactly the same as a chainsaw, and everything he used to describe the shield and melee combat system is exactly applicable to the chainsaw. Like, buddy, you told me that these things are different and then described that how they were the same. Like, I don't know. If I go work for IGN, we'll have good video game reviews. They couldn't pay me enough. Twitch just notified you. Hey, welcome. Sup, Keb?
Many game reviewers don't know how to review games.
What's up, Swagfest 2K14? Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciated. I agree. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think when he talks about some stuff that is genuinely exciting and good in this game, he's right. But his framework for a lot of his points just, like, sets him up for failure, rather than if he just stated what he wanted to plainly. Like, I feel like there's a word salad problem of where it's just like, okay, you added this introduction to the sentence, which completely fucks over your next 2 sentences, which were kind of alright. Just like, I get that he, I bet he knows how to review. It's just, my god, I'm not seeing much evidence for it. I'm sorry, Mitchell. Mitchell, you're not bad. I think you're a swell dude, but he's trying to write like as a high school essay, and my videos are no different, Quantalips. It feels like high school essays all the time. It's sort of what you do. It's kind of the profession.
Ammo pickups for your melee attack are also much more plentiful than the gas for the chainsaw in either Doom 2016 or Eternal, making me run out of ammo far less.
Wait, hold on.
I miss the satisfaction of sawing.
Sorry, I went on a rant and I missed the context of that. I'm gonna have to play it back.
An imp or other small enemy in half, but this system works better for what Doom the Dark Ages is trying to achieve by again making you rush towards the fight rather than away from it. The ammo pickups for your melee attack are also much more plentiful than the gas for the chainsaw in either Doom 2016 or Eternal, making me run out of ammo far less, which was something that I very much appreciated.
Ammo, dude. It's like, of course it's freaking more plentiful. Your melee fully recharges. Your chainsaw only restored up to 1 pip. And in 2016, it didn't even recharge. Like, okay, there's something about how that's phrased that triggers me a little bit, but it's just like that's stating the obvious, but then again, like, people who haven't played this game are coming into this review, like, so I guess they need that described a little bit, that it is more plentiful. Okay, I thought I was pissed. No, I was just pissed because I was a mega nerd. What he said was a valid point for a new gamer review. I just hate it.
As far as the actual weapons go, the Dark Ages plays around a lot with the look of each weapon to give it an old-timey flavor, but the functions are generally all the same as what we've come to know and love from the series.
Okay, first off, I don't agree that the weapons have an old-timey flavor. I think all of them look futuristic as fuck. The only thing that's, like, medieval aesthetic is, like, the Doomslayer's, I think, design himself. I guess, like, everything's a little bit more gothic, a little bit more horror-y, like, you know, I guess, like, serious, scary. But, like, I don't... Medieval, that's, like, a stretch, dude.
All of the satisfyingly punchy stalwarts are accounted for. The combat and super shotguns, an assault rifle that shoots out rail spikes instead of bullets, a plasma rifle, and a long-range single-shot weapon in the form of a satisfying steel ball launcher called the Steel Shot, just to name a handful.
Yeah, different from the other long-range projectile weapon called the Impaler. There is a way to make you mad... Wait, there is a way to make mad you even more by saying in review that Doom the Dark Ages has realistic physics. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. What's up, Rembo?
The only really unique weapon of the bunch is the Skull Crusher Pulverizer, which sort of behaves like the chain gun, but has a ridiculous spread that can just absolutely shred a football's field worth of fodder enemies. It's
the unique gun, dude. There's two guns. I hate to be actually here, but like, the Skull Crusher's two different guns, the Pulverizer and the Ravager. He just called it unique. There's two guns. That by definition isn't I'm sorry, I'm gonna get triggered. Like, do words not have meaning anymore? Like, I get what he means is like, this is the strangest gun of the bunch, but like, my goodness, it isn't unique. He probably didn't finish the game. Oh, he did. Yeah, there's some footage from the last few levels.
It's a fun weapon that goes great with the Dark Age's absolutely insane amount of on-screen enemies at once, even though I typically opted to use the shield throw to mow down the hordes of fodder, since there's an upgrade that powers up the shield charge when you do.
Oh, look at him. Yo, Mitchell, you discovered, like, the actual good strat of, like, hey, you can have high single target damage on your gun because your shield is great fodder clear. No, he understands the game slightly, people. You don't understand, like, it's actually good. Mitchell, you're earning points back.
One interesting twist for how the Dark Ages handles its arsenal is that just about every gun has a sister weapon that uses the same ammo type and can be hot swapped between with the press of a button. So, for example, along with a rocket launcher, there's a grenade launcher. In addition to the aforementioned Pulverizer that does a little bit of damage spread out over a wide
The unique Pulverizer, yes.
area, there's a Ravager that concentrates the fire to hit single enemies.
Yeah, okay, he even mentions the gun, so it's not like he forgot about it or didn't think to mention it. It's he just used the word wrong. We all fall for it, Mitchell. I get it. You were paid $2 to write this review. I understand that you didn't take the most time proofreading it, but my god.
It all adds up to a ton of variety in the gunplay, and while I was never forced to swap between my weapons in the same way that I was in Doom Eternal, I still found myself jumping from gun to gun, simply because it's fun.
Oh my... 9:03, not even 3 minutes before he 4 minutes, and the dude contradicted himself. What? I still find myself weapon swapping like a turtle, not because I have to, but because it's fun. That's the same freaking thing in Eternal. It's the same freaking thing in Eternal. See above contradicts. Love it. English language is a hard language. Yeah. You know, for Mitchell, I don't think it should be.
But the absolute best part about the toolbox in the Dark Ages is, and this is a credit to the weapon designers at id, because this is true for just about every Doom game, that every gun retains its usefulness throughout the entire game. Sure, I might have my favorites and gravitate more towards the Super Shotgun, Rocket Launcher, and Steel Shot, but even the early weapons stay relevant once you get some upgrades into them. If I'm low on armor, I can swap to the Combat Shotgun that I upgraded to ignite enemies and make them drop armor shards.
I don't know if this is just like, if he would say this for like any game that has a variety of guns. Like, I don't know if he'd go into like Borderlands or something, like saying like, oh, the weapons stay good as long as they're around the same level. I don't know if this is just like a game reviewer guessing and getting it right by coincidence, or if he genuinely knows. Because like, I think I agree that the weapon balance, this is the best weapon balance has ever been in like Eternal or 2016. But like, if there's a game of a wide variety of weapons, it's just like, and you're a reviewer who doesn't want to do anything in research, you'd be like, you're asked about the weapon balance, you're like, oh yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. Yeah, they did a good job with the weapons. I feel like he's right, but it's not his fault. My Discord link be broken? Yeah, well, it should be. I think it is. If you type !Discord, it might work too. I have a chat command for it. Leaning into the rocket launcher. Hey, everyone has their favorites. I agree. Like, the rocket launcher is pretty fun for that type of playstyle.
I need health, I can swap to the Ravager to make them bleed health pickups. And if I need to incapacitate an enemy while also dealing damage to others nearby, I can throw my shield into a baddie, shoot the shield, and watch as my bullets ricochet and hit everyone else around. To sweeten the pot, all of these abilities and weapons are sprinkled at a measured pace throughout the campaign. There was never even a chance for the gunplay to get stale because every level would give me a new gun, or a new ability for my shield, or a new melee weapon, or a
Wait, a game would give you a new ability for your... Yeah, I guess you do get the shield runes, but, like, not every... I guess this just might be a small nitpick thing, but, like, saying every when it's not every, like, come on. Cosmic Realm introduces, like, the Dread Mace, and then for 4 levels you have nothing, like...
I'd find enough gold to afford a new upgrade at the shop that would alter something I already had in a way that made me want to use it more. And it's this need to upgrade that fed into my desire to explore and find both upgrade currencies and the more traditional Doom collectibles like figurines, weapon skins, and lore pickups. Appropriately, the levels of the Dark Ages welcome that exploration with open arms. While they all vary in size, the smaller stages are still big by the series standards, and the big levels are gigantic. They're huge, open battlefields with tons of secrets, challenging enemy encounters, and more than a few breathtaking vistas.
Why is he showing Hebeth there, when Hebeth is one of those smaller, more linear levels in the game? Like... Editor, you're doing something wrong here. That's not the scene you ought to be showing while you're saying it.
Breaking up all the running and gunning are giant mecha battles and flying sections where you pilot the Slayer's dragon. Yes, the Doom Slayer has a dragon, because why not?
Yeah, that's about as much justification as the game gives. I don't blame him. Whole weapon swap stuff in Eternal wasn't known during launch. Yeah, no, I brought up because it was game design that you wouldn't weapon swap all the time. It was meant to just be all okay with just, like, keeping a single weapon. He just doesn't know that, though.
Sections are shallow compared to the rest of the Dark Ages, with the mecha sections amounting to little more than a simple game of dodge, punch, punch, dodge, punch, punch. And the dragon bits are little more than dodge, shoot, shoot, dodge, shoot, shoot.
You know what's funny? Is that he is being entirely reductive with how the dragon sections, how the Atlan sections function. But he's right. Like, unironic, you don't have to boil those more down to dodge and shoot, dodge and punch. Like, I know the argument... Okay, the biggest Steelman argument for those mech levels and dragon sections is that they're pace breakers. They're meant to be a little bit easier because otherwise you're doing diehard action all the time. My complaint is always... My rebuttal to that rebuttal has always been, well, yeah, but you can make pace breakers not shit. Like, people tend to forget that. Is just like, yeah, I get that they're pace breakers, dudes, but they should have been done better. Like... Because, like, there's just, like, nowhere to explore any depth or skill expression. It kind of feels like you're just on a drag every single time until you, get to the next stepping off point. Oh, really, Carnage? I'll check that out later. But, yeah, no, these sections are just bad. I'm glad the normies know this, so that it can learn for, like, their next time that, like, hey, you should, if you do something like this again, you're gonna have to do it very differently, like, because it don't work, dude. The sandbox levels are pace breakers? Yeah! No one likes talking about how, like, hey, if combat is too intense, there's exploration. Many secrets you can check on your map and go and solve a puzzle. Pace breakers are already built into the regular Doom. How many pace breakers on pace breakers are we doing? Is this, like, the difference between, like... Because, I guess... Hold on, I'm trying to formulate exactly what I mean. I just don't get, like, why can't the pace breakers of exploration be pace breakers enough? Why are these pace breakers that are longer, bigger, take more time, less skill expressive. Like, why are these here, and why is that like a good pace breaker, and why weren't like secret hunts and pace breakers like enough? Like, I don't know. I guess how I feel it. Okay, but that was completely outside the point of Mitchell, who will continue on.
That said, they're kind of like a turret sequence in that they're infrequent and brief enough to never drag the pacing down. And they
You see, they aren't frequent, but they still drag the pace down. That's kind of how slow they are. I think I just disagree with him on that point. I think they overstay their welcome all the time, but I also played through the game like, what, 20 times? So
at least provide cool moments in the cutscenes that precede and follow them. And then there's the soundtrack. Holy hell. If you've played a Doom game before, you probably know what to expect going in. But even so, I was gleefully into it. It's another banger of a heavy metal soundtrack that had me coming back to certain levels after beating the campaign and just turning down all of the volume except for the music so I could listen without it being overpowered by the sounds of shotgun blasts, explosions, and dying demons.
Okay, I know initially I gave shit to the soundtrack of Doom the Dark Ages. However, it really has grown on me. I think the music is actually probably the same quality of like Eternal 2016-ish. Like I'd give them, yeah, they did it almost as good a job as Mick, but like maybe if Mick's a 10, they're like a 9. Like they're worse, sure, but maybe just only by a little bit. Music's good.
Far from just being more Doom, Doom the Dark Ages is a new flavor of the legendary shooter series that's heavier and more grounded, but no less energetic and exhilarating. The new shield is an outstanding addition that adds a ton of both offensive and defensive options, and when combined with the extensive arsenal of traditional Doom guns, provides a ton of fun and exciting ways to dispatch the hundreds upon thousands of demons that stand in your way.
Okay, in his conclusion, not gonna lie, cooking. Straight facts.
Add on top of that another pumped up heavy metal soundtrack backing the excellent weapon, level, and enemy design, and it has once again proven that like a super shotgun blast from point blank range, they don't miss.
A 9? Yeah, okay. I'm about to say, if I was like a video game reviewer for one of these sites, and like I was tasked with writing Doom the Dark Ages, you know, so it's like I can't be like true, I have to use their rating system, I'd put it about a 9. Like, if we're using my scale, I say Doom the Dark Age is more like an 8. But, like, that's like... In my scale, people, if a 5 is a good enough, a 6 is a, yeah, I recommend it. And then, like... How do I put it? The competition's pretty fierce between slots 5 through 10, you know? Like, all those are various degrees of recommend, but I just, like, save 10 for, like, you know, the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You know, like, that level of quality for a media. So, yeah, you know, imagine the Lord of Rings of video games, like, Doom the Dark Age is about an 8 out of 10 of that. Way better than the Tag soundtrack? Oh, you fucking... No, you shut your mouth. The Tag soundtrack got us freaking Blood Swamps. That's the best music that ever released in a Doom game ever. No, I'm gonna say it. Andrew Holschult, David Levy, better than Mick. Fight me, nerds. Wait, this is IGN? You thought this was some small times YouTubers review? You'd think from the wording and how it's written, yes. But no, this is a professional at some industry, and this video got 970k views. And, has a lot of contradictory arguments in it. I didn't even take notes because... I don't know, I feel like a lot of what he says is just like, says one thing, contradicts himself next sentence, and like, that get boring.
Executive Reviews editor Tom Marks here with Mitchell Saltzman to talk a little bit more about his review of Doom the Dark Ages. Mitchell, most folk, I think, know you at IGN.
Is it so after the review they just interview the guy? Wait, huh? I think the Tag soundtrack is best in the whole Doom. Penis. 740. You and me? Yeah. We're brothers of a certain cloth, you know? So, yeah, I don't think we're gonna watch the rest of this interview. I don't know, he's just gonna talk about his history and how he does... I gotta say... This interview was contradicted itself. It felt like low difficulty gameplay with a lot of exaggerations to try to make like the things he was saying more important. And I'm pretty sure there's some times where he did pick up on a bit of the depth of the game. Which I feel like he actually did a pretty good job of knowing, like, okay, hey, shield stun means I can close the distance to the Arachnotron. Although he did fall short in, like, that pure example of being like, okay, well, hey, well, you can just close the distance of a shield bash and kill them quicker. Like, he just missed that much. But, like, he picked up on enough to where I think, like, yeah, all right. So, with all that negative talk, I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. So, you know, on IGN, that's basically unplayable. The worst part that this is the better of the TDA reviews? Like, I agree with the 9 out of 10 rating. I do. But, like, I think how he got there was, like, okay. In college, I was a teacher's assistant. I had to grade, like, kids' exams, like, every 3 months or so. And we had to check work. And literally on the grading sheet, what we would have is if you do this step, you get this amount of points. This step, this amount of points. Like, for example, like if we're doing like a free body diagram, if we get, okay, correct illustrations on the drawing, check. Equational setup, check. Algebraic manipulation, and then final answer. Each one of those steps would be like 2 points for a 10-point question. And this is a guy who got the right final answer, but showed none of his work on the exam. He basically put down chicken scratch. Like, yeah, I think he's right, but, like, how he got there? No. No. It's not the best ever Doom OST. Enigma, what's your favorite Doom OST? Now I gotta know. Quit blue balling me. Why's my video player blue? I have a few, Chrome plugins for YouTube. I also have YouTube Premium. This is just for watching videos, making them go faster. I'm a YouTube expert, as I like to say. All right, folks. So how long have I been? That was an hour covering a 12-minute review. Okay. 2016 as always. I agree with you in a sense. I think I know why you would say that. However, I still disagree. But hey, that's a respectable opinion. All right. I feel like that IGN review was actually a little bit better than I wanted to give. So we are going to go to somebody who I know's quality of this video is a little bit less better.
So I just beat Doom the Dark Ages, and I think the best way to describe it is it's like Squidville.
So I have disclaimer. This is the Act Man. I've seen this video before. I fell asleep to it one night, like, as one of my going to bed videos. And I remember this boiling down to basically just like he just doesn't like it. But I know there's also a few other breakdowns. But hey, Axeman, I think he's an alright dude. I've seen a few of his videos from the time. Not too attached to him, but like, eh. But Squidville. Dark Ages. Okay, well, I guess I gotta know what he means by that.
I'll bet they won't have... Wow, they have it!
Repetitive level design.
Repetitive.
This town is great!
At first, Squidward thinks he's in paradise, but slowly and surely...
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not true, but at the same time, funny bit.
The repetition of routine sinks in, and paradise starts to feel boring. If 2016 and Eternal are...
Yo, I'm almost... This is trailer footage. Dude, the IGN review used this exact same footage. Dude, like... I get it, Axeman, you don't have any Doom Eternal footage saved on your hard drive, probably, because, you know, you played that game 5 years ago. But it's like... Dude, I'm too locked in. I am too locked in to Doom Eternal. I will never forget this freaking game footage of this freaking Tars the Bab level. Using a monkey bar into remote det. And then an arch file shows up, which, by the way, this is not a spawn that happens in the game, which is how you know it's trailer footage.
Out of 10 games, Dark Ages being a 7 or 8 out of 10 makes it seem like a much worse game than it actually is.
Do you think that's common, chat? That a lot of people think the same way, that Doom the Dark Ages is bad, not because it's bad, but because it's like a 7 when 2016 and Eternal were like a 8 or 9? I genuinely don't know if that's the common take or not.
Doom the Dark Ages is a solid entry in the series, even though it fails to live up to the extremely high standards and expectations of Eternal and 2016. It is by no means a bad video game. Yes, oh my god. Oh my jeez. It could not be more overkill. And it could not be more cool.
That dragon was the worst boss fight in Elden Ring, by the way. Title of the vid is making me mad. Yeah. You know, why is Doom the Dark Ages so disappointing? As if assuming that you already agree with him that it's disappointing, you know? Like, it's implicit in the statement. Like, he did a, does your mom know you're gay? Except instead of, like, because in that statement, you being gay is just, like, assumed true by the nature of those words. It's the same way with his title of Dark Ages being disappointing. Like, yo, you felt Dark Ages used the same mechanics from the first map? Did the map's boss, I had to check all the check marks you wanted? Say 5 out of 10 gameplay? I'd be curious on why you feel it's exactly a 5 out of 10, JB, but welcome in. Hello. This video's so bad, dude. I don't even know if it's so bad. I remember it being but hey.
I was sold on Doom the Dark Ages with just 2 words. Chainsaw shield. What? I can throw this thing like a boomerang? This is like medieval Doom.
So it really starts with just the idea of medieval Doom.
We got cyber dragons. Where are my Yu-Gi-Oh fans at?
I'll send the 3 cyber dragons in my hand to the graveyard so I can summon the cyber end dragon.
Oh, is that what I get? For Dark Ages, it's...
How the frick... Actman knows bits specifically that feel like they target me because I was obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid. Like, I know he does this with a bunch of other, like, video game franchises and whatnot, but, like, god damn it, when it hits you specifically, you feel it. Check marks on a design document, not much passion. JB, did you mess with any of the sliders? Because if the game didn't feel right for you and you were playing on a default difficulty, well, I don't know, the slider system was kind of there for that. Like, for example, I wasn't having the most fun on my playthrough, and then I tweaked the game to 150% game speed. Fell in love. Absolutely adored it.
A lot of little things that add up that makes it somewhat of a disappointment. The devil is in the details, and we're gonna get that fucker. I was also lucky enough that Bethesda gave me an early access code. Yes, Todd Howard himself came to my home, walked.
Oh yeah, Joanne, I know he acknowledges some things in this review are false, that he portrayed some things badly in a follow-up video, which, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure when I get there, chat will correct me or I'll recognize it because I think I saw that video too. But this still has his initial impressions and thoughts, despite, you know, a few of his facts or clarifications being wrong. We can bite him that. We can give him that little bit of leeway and just focus on, you know, more of the broader points. Streamer, is you having a good day? I'm having a great day, Shanthan. Hello. How's it going, dude?
In, looked up and said, wow, look at those light fixtures. They all just work.
Wait, hold on. Let me get notes prepped on on Actman. Actman. Because, again, people, this is a research stream. As I sip from my beer. We are being professionals here. We're delving into critique and reviews. It's not about that for me. It's the first do this, and then followed by the hardcore mechanics. Feels like on rails. They feel like 2016 Doom and Eternal. Oh, you just have an issue that... I guess I don't know what you mean, Jay, because, like, that's just mission objectives. You go... First, you complete Objective 1, then you complete Objective 2, then you complete Objective 3. It's just like, yeah, every game does that. I don't know if that's necessarily a negative. So I think there's, like, something else that's getting at you. Close with the pronunciation. It sounds like Owen, but with a J. Oh, Joen. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Welcome in, dude. But no, sliders feel amazing. Yeah, Penis and I, like I said, we're blood brothers. We understand each other.
And then he left. Doom is a series that activates my Unga Bunga brain. And when I saw that first reveal trailer, my mind went wild with the possibilities. Imagine Doom meets Castlevania, a 10 out of 10 concept. What a genius direction to take the series in. And it's not just me, right, ladies? I mean, this cape is a pure pussy magnet. Save some for the rest of us, Doom guy. It seems...
I don't know. Not a big fan of the cape. Hang me. But, I'm gonna say it. Nuh-uh.
Like the stars were aligning. We got a new Doom game coming out the same week we're getting a new Pope. It is a bad day.
I fucking forgot that happened. Yeah, what a throwback. Yeah, we have a new Pope, people. Yo, what's up, Cutting Crew? How's it going? Followed a formula in an aggressively uninspiring way, I suppose. Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly how you find it uninspiring, then, is what I'm saying. Because I just think, like, oh, no. Core combat, I think, was pretty cool. Now you want a piece of Doom guy also? The ladies can step aside. Hey, let's turn the horny levels down about 20 points, chat, okay? And I think that's an appropriate amount.
To be a demon. Oh, there we go. They still got the jump kills. Okay. But does Dark Ages live up to that hype? Does it truly deliver the fantasy we were all hoping for? I expected Dark Ages to sidestep the formula from Eternal instead of trying to add even more on top of it. It made sense for them to kind of reel things back.
I'm gonna be real. Yeah, he's just setting up his argument. Like, I don't know. He's just like, there's nothing to really bite or chew on. He's just like, he's talking so broadly that I guess we'll just have to wait till he gets specific, dudes.
Though Dark Ages is a solid entry in the series, I won't be surprised if it turns out to be the most controversial.
But why?
Well, that's exactly what you'll find out today. So let's rev up those chainsaws, blast a hole into the surface of Mars, and rip and tear our way straight into this. Hey, Doom guy, are there any...
Okay, I did just notice a video editing error. Nothing wrong with Ackman's points or anything, but like...
other games you like to rip and tear into?
Why, yes, Ackman, I love War Thunder, the sponsor of today's video.
Okay, I feel like as a sign of respect, I do have to watch the ad read because I am reacting to his video, but at the same time, like, god damn it. Imagine somebody who dislikes Doom the Dark Ages but gives a glowing endorsement to War Thunder. That's a brain I can't imagine in reality.
War Thunder is the most in-depth vehicle combat game ever made. I've also heard the forums are awesome. In War Thunder, you can pilot over 2,500 different vehicles, all taken from the greatest battles and the greatest militaries across 10 different nations. Like, they even got this obscure, goofy-ass looking tank in the game, and the in-game model is virtually identical to real pictures. It's realistic and cool to get live X-ray scans of your vehicle and what systems they've damaged.
I haven't played War Thunder or a tank simulator once, folks. I have no idea what goes on in these games. Like, okay, I will say it is next level that, like, they can program it to, like, shield, like, when the bullets penetrate and they give you the x-ray of, like, showing how, like, the when it scatters when it hits the armor. It's like, oh, it hit the pilot, which is why the ship was disabled.
With so much detail
cool,
packed
but-
into one game, it's hard to believe War Thunder is completely free to play on Xbox, PC, PlayStation, and available on mobile devices via the links in the description and pinned comment. And if you download War Thunder today, I'll give you an exclusive bonus pack for new and returning PC and console players who haven't played in over 6 months. This pack includes the Eagle of Valor Decorator, 100,000 Silver Lions,
yes,
and 7
of course,
days of
obviously.
premium.
It
Download
has to
War
include
Thunder
the
today
tank.
and dominate the battlefield.
And now for something completely different.
I'm sorry, I just know nothing of War Thunder. I apologize. 4.7k hours on War Thunder. Damn. Didn't War Thunder leak hundreds of classified US documents? Yes, the forums of War Thunder are infamous for pointing out video game inaccuracies in their game by posting real military documents that are not, you know, known to the public. In other words, classified documents, yeah. What's up, Kooky and Timmy? Hello, hi. Raitro versus not playing Doom? I know. War Thunder, it's what I'm doing all the time. Gonna become a debut War Thunder streamer. Watch out.
The worst part about Dark Ages, and this is going to cause a lot of chaos when I say this, all right? They got rid of glory kills.
428. Worst part about Dark Ages is lack of glory kills. I mean, he knew that there's glory kills, and I assume he just means that they're way less apparent, which, yeah, they are way less apparent, but I guess let's hear his reasoning.
Well, that's great. That's just fucking great, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're some real pretty shit now, man.
Doing multiple glory kills in succession was something we tried to do for like 10 years, and
they didn't get them gone. Guys, he mentioned earlier in the review about how there's stomp glory kills. He knows there's glory kills. So the most charitable interpretation is, yeah, he's saying, like, there's figuratively none. Like, they're way less apparent than in the other games, which is true.
It just didn't really fit in the other games.
I don't believe what I'm hearing.
If we're asking the player to stop and play a synced animation for every one of those, it was getting very, very tedious.
You've changed.
If it didn't feel good, it wouldn't be in the game. There's no reason why we wouldn't do glory kills again.
I don't know you anymore.
People think it's just playing the same melee strike every time.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over. What the fuck are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do?
All right, but it's the same melee strike every time, but, like, the ragdoll physics, like, are different depending on the enemy and the situation, right? Like, is the variation in the ragdoll physics not enough? I don't know. I like the ragdoll physics. I think it's cool. I think it's better than the glory kill system because I like seeing the impact of, like, something reacting to me hitting it more than, like, I don't know. I guess it just feels personal because, like, when you glory kill, it's like it depends on exactly where the enemy is, when you meleeed them, what type of enemy were they, where were you looking, like, all down to the minute details. That the ragdoll feels personal to you, you know? Some butterfly effect of conditions had to happen to get that ragdoll. And glory kills is just like everyone experiences this kill the same way. I don't know. I kind of prefer the former. This is the least overreaction I've ever seen. I guess, like, if you want more, like, cool, dude. I don't know. I kind of like the ragdolls. I don't understand why, like, we can't just appreciate the ragdolls. Yeah, Jonathan, I get that, because in optimal play, glory kill's just slow because, like, you could just shoot them to death and it's about the same time and for more favorable conditions. If I had glory kills in this game, it would suck so bad to replay. I would think I would agree with, if instead of a glory strikes, it's like glory kills with specific animations, I think it slows the pace down too much. Then again, I think 100% speed slows down the game pace too much, so take that.
I'll say it again. They got rid of glory kills. And some of you might be saying, oh no, Act Man, you're just exaggerating. You're being hyperbolic. Okay, you're right. So we agree they got rid of them by about like 95%. If you get 100% of a pizza, and then the next pizza you order, you only get 5% of the pizza. Well, that's less pizza. See, it's...
Chat was overreacting. See, he clarified. I was picking up what he was putting down. He knows, like, glory kills are mostly gone. That's what he meant. Like, come on. You guys are too hard on him. Give him a little bit of credit. The poor Axeman, you know, he's struggling with his, 763,000 viewed review. Could have done something like Arkham Knight and Fear Takedown for multiple enemies. Ooh, that would be a nice thing. I think that would be good, Yeet. However, I don't know if it would fit in the game, but I think in its own game, that's a killer gameplay mechanic. Something like that would be cool, or like glory kills a meter you charge up, and then you glory kill one demon, and then you get special bonuses depending on the demon. Shadow Warrior 3 did this. It's a good game. Play Shadow Warrior 3. But now we're just describing Shadow Warrior 3, yeah.
It's weird, man. Sometimes you can get the kills off, and other times you can't. I don't get you.
I don't get you.
Saying they got rid of glory kills is like saying Master Chief took his helmet off. Like,
You what?
like my brain just...
I haven't seen the Halo TV show. Couldn't say, but I know literally everyone hated it. What's better, the Slayer's Dragon or the Atlan in terms of gameplay? Atlan, 100%. Slayer Dragon is but no, the Atlan is at least like you can do stuff all the time to improve, you know, how much you play. The Dragon sections, the best thing you can do to like improve your play is to wait for a parry window because it empowers your attacks, and you just should always use that. Like, what the hell? You love the TV show? It's overhated on? Okay. Cool. Congratulations to the minority. I hate Elden Ring. We can like rub elbows. You stand on your soapbox being like, Halo's actually kind of a good TV show. And I could be like, Elden Ring shit, and then we can look at each other from across the street. There's a special connection between that, you know?
People think it's just playing the same melee strike every time.
Even the robot just does a kick, man. Come on.
Kicking? Oh, I want to do some kicking.
He still does the kick. Even on like one of the last bosses, he still does the same fucking kick. Do I even need to explain?
I do love the SpongeBob references. They're pretty fun. What's a Halo? It's a greeting. Hi there.
Explain why glory kills are awesome. You can tell they got rid.
How many frickin' mecha zombies is he gonna show in a... Like, okay, Ackman, you could do better than literally just ripping off someone's glory kill montage from YouTube. Like, I get you credit them, like, it's cool, but, like, you couldn't, like, have went through multiple enemies, like, picked your own, like, glory kill that you liked from one, and then, like, had some variety. Like, you couldn't have just, like, directly ripped... Okay, maybe I'm asking a bit too much. I am literally reacting to someone's video rather than making a video of my own, but... But it's like a... the YouTuber in me picks up on the lack of effort, you know? The fat guys are made out of smaller fat guys. I don't know the context of that message. You were saying something about the Impaler nerf recently. If you did, could you explain exactly how it was nerfed? Yeah, just damage overall is nerfed. It does less damage to armor. It does less damage to body shots. Its headshots got boosted to compensate, but yeah. Whiplash, for example, like you never want to use an Impaler fighting a Whiplash now. Wouldn't recommend it. Like, there's just several breakpoints where it's just like the Impaler is no longer like good to use against most enemies. It's not only good against a few. Yeah. Yo, Severio, how's it going? Welcome to the watch party. We're watching what Chad has been telling me. It's the worst review of Doom the Dark Ages of all time. Hear him out. For free contact, react to this reaction, then react to the reaction of a reaction. No. I need someone else to react to me, or else like I come off as too narcissistic, which I am, but I don't want people to know. Yo, what's up? What the frick is this name? Is this name just ban-worthy outside? I think it is. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm not. Fuck you. Okay, moving on.
The glory kills, because if they did, I would be showing you footage of Doom Guy using the flail to wrap it around a Mancubus's neck before popping that sucker off. I would be showing off some of the coolest things in the world. It boggles the mind, because some of the glory kills you can pull off in very specific circumstances are pretty sweet. Glory kills have been replaced.
Yeah. The Mancubus is, like, I think one of the better glory kills. Also, the same ones, like, done on the Tyrant.
By executions.
They're more like executions. You know, you're able to just move from one guy to the next.
But executions became such a rare occurrence during my playthrough that I started chat clipping it every time. Oh yeah, there we go. I want more of that. Give me more of that. Glory kills weren't in the original games, but they were a way of modernizing Doom back in 2016. They added a cinematic feel that you never saw in any other FPS. Yes, at times they could.
Okay, so, like, glory kills aren't essential to the Doom franchise, but they had them at one point, so I want them now? Like, okay, I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a childish argument, like, which, don't get me wrong, like, we all have those arguments for ourselves, but, like, at the same time, like, it does nothing to really convince me away from the game, you know?
Feel like they slowed down the combat, but you could mostly engage with glory kills as much or as little as you wanted to. We've seen companies cut these same corners before, and it always goes over poorly. When Halo Infinite got rid of assassinations, everybody disliked that.
So I guess he's saying that he doesn't like it because it shows a lack of effort, because it takes a lot of effort and time to, like, make those glory kill animations, which he's completely right. It does take a lot more effort and time to make, like, 6 different animations that glory kill, depending on your, you know, angle from the demon, height difference, and all those factors. But at the same time, like, I really buy the pacing argument that like, slowing down for that animation all the time would get repetitive. Which, like, hell, in Eternal, it gets that way for me, honestly, you know? You like that assassinations were removed? Yeah, because, like, if I remember in Halo, it's just, like, the melee animations, like, you just hit them, bam, they're dead. But if you do an animation, it's like, okay, now you're vulnerable for 2 seconds. It's like an active nerf. Like, if they add in animations, it's straight up harder to do them because it takes time to do them. Like, I understand that, like, yes, it is less effort, but sometimes effort doesn't necessarily correlate to quality. Like, the fact that it is lower effort also just works to increase the pacing of the game, which some people find more enjoyable. Like, it's not a definitive thing to, like, say everyone dislike that. Which, don't get me wrong, I know he means most people dislike that, but...
When Battlefield 2042 replaced all these cool directional-based assassinations with one really, really bad one, everyone disliked that.
I do want to point out that this implies that the majority of gamers are right, which never happens. So, I'm just saying, if you're using... if you're gonna use people's opinions, you should always side against of what most gamers think is right, and you'll probably be more correct than not. Dude, normies have fucking dog shit opinions. I think we can all agree.
What the fuck was that? And for Doom, it should be no different. It is stupid how it doesn't matter the size or shape of a demon. When you execute them all the same, it breaks my immersion constantly when I'm annihilating some 20-foot demon and it ends with like just a basic fucking kick. Take that, 5-ton behemoth.
You know that?
Does it break his immersion when he's playing Call of Duty and every single time he kills an enemy, he has to aim down the sights of his gun and then shoot it? Dude, enemies die all the same. I'm just pointing and clicking. Guys, it's such a bad issue. Like, I have to... 839. If they all die to being kicked, what's the point? That's what it feels like this point boils down to me. Like... I feel like this is being reductive to the point of where it's not helpful for anyone because the system is better than that, right? You also have to do damage to those big demons to kill them with a kick. Yeah, he's leaving out the whole kill combo beforehand, too. Can we get some more SpongeBob memes as the best part of the video? I agree. I think his SpongeBob meme implementation is next level. Argumentation, could use a little bit of work. Maybe a redraft or two. Glory kills appeal mostly to casuals such as Actman, and that's okay. I mean, yeah, but it's just like he hasn't done a good job of explaining of why, like, glory kill animations are cooler and better. Like, yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, he's allowed to have it, but I just don't think he's done a good job of explaining his point, you know?
That scene in the opening of 300.
This is Sparta!
That's actually the...
That's gonna give me a migraine. But, like, I at least appreciate that there's funny bits in between stuff. That's actually a cool little detail. More people in video essays should do this. Okay, folks, speaking of which, I will be right back. I've been streaming for a couple hours, and I need a break. So, yeah, be back in a few. Take a piss break. I could run, I guess, but this level's very tight on combat rating. Okay. Get close to him, get close to him. Are you hecky kidding? Ah! Game is great. Freaking love it. Okay, cool. Now we just need to get headshot kills with this and we're fine. The biggest complaint, honestly, if... Oh, I trapped one of them. I trapped one of them. Okay, cool. I will take advantage of this. Okay, never mind. I fell. And we did it. Woo! No, I don't want to watch this cutscene. Do you guys want to see a cool speedrun skip? We just smush in between these two walls. For people wondering exactly how this works, the walls are paper thin, and if they don't align perfectly texture to texture, you can kind of just squeeze yourself in between them. Centered weapon pose is unironically messing with my muscle memory here. That did happen. Did not happen. Please, please don't judge me. I'm going to do it. I'm literally going to swap it. My visual lineups and cues are all effed up. There we are. This is way better. All right, cool. With that death, that probably wasn't faster, but you know what? We showed it off. What runes are good for pistol only? I mean, this one coming up is vacuum. Vacuum's actually pretty good. I can only do runes that don't require me to fire another weapon, so that actually limits a lot of what I could do. The rules are that I cannot fire a weapon. I could definitely hit them with the butt of it, though. There we are. Some of the rune trials may be just a little easy. Maybe I could get away with doing that in a few others. Okay. Oh, you did that to yourself, Hell Knight. You did that to yourself. Pistol upgraded, baby. You know what, guys? Fuck it. This is my playthrough. I make the rules. I'm just gonna farm all the combat rating here. Why not? I don't want to have to deal with a summoner. Fuck a summoner. Farm it all here. You don't have to do... No, if I farm it all here, I can just leave the level. That's exactly what I'm going to do. So for people who don't know, I may have max combat rating right now, but your combat rating is not solidified until you grab a checkpoint. So what's up, folks? I'm back. And good news, I have another beer. Because why wouldn't I? All right, hold on. Some people in chat were saying some rebuttals while I was gone. Can relate to that point, I guess, since he implies that they used to kick too much in the game instead of dealing with a ton of animations. Yeah, but, like, the ragdoll physics, though. I guess I would love to hear everyone who thinks that perspective is just like, yeah, but, like, what about the ragdoll physics? The ragdoll physics are cool, aren't they? I think they are. That's the thing, glory strikes and kills are all completely optional. You can just shoot the demon and it's dead, skipped animation, you moved on. Yeah, but I guess people dislike that it is an option that's removed. That's the point, Kooky. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Oh, worm as in the web series novel about a superhero? Yes. That's pretty freaking awesome. You were enjoying the video way more entertaining than the TDA review? Guys, we gotta hurt ourselves a little bit. We wouldn't be doing our Raitro stream privilege if we weren't.
The point of this is to avoid repetition so you don't see the same kind of animation again and again.
Oh, he does the same hand motion? Oh, hold on, wait, my beer was a bit fizzy, folks. Give me a second. Dude, man, okay, I was not expecting it to fizz that much. It literally overflowed my coaster, man. That sucks. I have the world's stickiest desk now. I apologize. What do you mean by the ragdoll physics? You know, the way the enemy reacts after you hit them. You know, when they're in the glory strike to a kill. Sometimes they just fling off. Especially if you shield bash them. Like, you can notice that sometimes they'll just explode and, like, go flying. It's great. Ackmans is really long. If 40 minutes is long, I feel bad for your girlfriend. Ayo. Yeah, I don't get the point of this edit. Like, yeah, he does the same hand animation. What about it?
There was so much creativity in these killing animations. It wasn't just like mindless action, but to reinforce the idea that this is why Doom Guy is the only thing they fear.
None could stand before the Horde.
Yeah, because him single-handedly tearing through a battlefield of like 20 plus demons, you know, with only like a couple guns and a flail, like, that definitely doesn't inspire fear. No, only if he chops off one demon's head specifically. Like, dude, he just murdered our whole battalion. But yeah, dude, he also cut off the head of like one guy like 2 years ago. One of those is way more scary. Like, I feel this is like a nonsensical argument, you know?
The Doom Slayer. The scribes carved his name deep in the tablets of hell across eons, and each battle etched terror in the hearts of the demons. They knew he would come, as he always had, as he always will, to feast on the blood of the wicked.
When you see how he...
I'm sorry, like... I feel like I don't need to elaborate. I feel like I just explained, like... like, I feel like the fact that he kills more people, more than, like, oh, but he kills this slithery guy this individually way, like... Wouldn't, like, the fact that he killed, like, unseen hordes without even batting an eye be, like, scarier? Maybe that's a little bit more subjective, but at the same time, like... I feel like this just ignores, like, everything else he does.
Kills the demons. You know why they fear him.
For it is he that they fear, not man, or his armies. They fear the mark of the beast.
Thus selling you on this incredible power fantasy of taking the fight to hell and not being scared.
Because you are the Doom Slayer.
the strongest, fastest demon killer in existence, and nothing can stand in your way.
But for whatever reason, it seems id Software didn't understand that or consider that when developing Dark Ages. If you're gonna replace something that's so awesome and integral about the last 2 games, you gotta give us something of equal or greater value. In some ways, Dark Ages feels like it has gotten lazy. Like these death animations. If you have a life sigil, then instead of like falling over and dying or exploding and your helmet comes off. It's so weird to just have a menu pop up to be like, you have died.
Thank goodness they made this better. They did patch this to make this a little, like, it feels a little bit nicer. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still the menu mechanical thing of being like, dude, there's a menu that popped up when I died, that's annoying. But at the same time, like, I guess he is kind of right. The lack of death animations, like, there was no reason not to have a bunch of funny death animations, right? I kind of, because, like, you can obviously do that in your game design vision in this game. So I actually think he has a point there. 1049. Just a menu, not a fun or different death animation. I think he's actually a little bit based. They made it better. How? I'd have to look at the patch notes. I don't necessarily remember off the top of my head. Oh, it also tells you what you were killed by on the menu too. So it's very nice for identifying deaths and what happened during them. So they improved the menu. It's just, it's always jarring to have a menu pop up. Psychologically, one brutal kill might be frightening more than 10. Yeah, but there's a point where it's just like when the number's literally thousands, I don't care. I don't think what matters is that you brutally killed like one guy, you know? I guess what I'm saying is if your numbers get big enough, which it's the Doomslayer, his demon kills are on the big list, like orders of magnitude you talk about them in. Like, yeah, there's nothing you can individually do to one person to be scarier than that, right? I guess that's where I was getting at.
Like you're there fucking adrenaline pumping and then just, you have died. Yeah, it's so dumb that you have died. Show me dying. Oh shit, the demons can glory kill me?
Okay, like, there is no good pacing argument you can make to say why Slayer death animations are so bad in this game compared to the previous ones. Like, there's a pacing argument for enemy kills. I get that. But he's kind of right into the player death scenarios. Like, I don't know. I just agree with him, dude.
So that's been my TED Talk on why glory kills are awesome. Please bring them back next time. This is a new kind of Doom. A simpler Doom. How simple is it? Well, they got rid of the double jump and the dash and the grapple hook. And as a result, the puzzles, the exploration is just an objective downgrade. Yeah.
Is the exploration an objective downgrade? I didn't consider the exploration of this game before this point, folks. I'm gonna be real. Exploration always been kind of in Doom games, I feel. And this game felt more the same. Like, I kind of liked how there was a bunch of stuff on the map to collect and go all over the place in 3 different currencies for getting upgrades. At the same time, how enjoyable is just like a 5 trail of gold? Like, I guess I could be flipped. I guess I'm saying I just don't favor one side too much in this point. It's also this, got mad too many times because it said killed by question mark, question mark, question mark. That typically means like environment or Slayer. At least that's in my experience.
A lot of the secret areas do not feel like secret areas. They feel like, you looked down. Good job. What?
I'm gonna be real. Eternal and 2016 have those secrets too, where it's just like, oh, you went into this room, if you turned right instead of left, now you get a secret. Like, yeah, like, Gotta be. It's just not a point I care about.
What they got rid of, they replaced with something worse. Instead of the double jump, now we have swimming?
Eternal had frickin' water sections. What the hell? Why is Doom 64? But like, what's the?
I never ever imagined.
What? Guys, am I missing something? What's with the Doom 64 logo here? What's the joke? I'm so sorry. Like, I have to be autistic about this. I don't get the joke. What's the joke here? Mario 64 water level. Oh, is this simply based on the 64 that he's using a Mario 64 song? And then he puts the Doom 64 because it's just like this is a blend of the two things? Because is it really? I thought he was being like, oh no, Doom 64 is like these swimming sections in Doom the Dark Ages. I thought that was the point he was making. I know it's Super Mario 64. It's just that causal chain that you guys described to me, the logic of the reason this logo's on here just seems fucking crazy to me. That somebody would be like, oh, look, SM64 Music's playing, put Doom 64 logo on here. That just, like, come on. You're telling me that his review ain't better than that? I hoped it was better than that. This is not a good joke? Yeah, it's confusing. I'm gonna be real. I don't get what he's getting at here.
I never ever imagined Doom Guy swimming. Unless he was heading to Rapture to kill everyone there. Jack versus Doom Guy? Who's coming out on top? Taking all bets.
The funny part is I know he holds Eternal in high regard, and Eternal has swimming sections. Hell, it has more swimming sections than I think Dark Ages has. Like, I'm sorry, but because I know he likes Eternal, I'm just gonna say, what about Eternal? Eternal had those swimming sections, and they weren't a big deal. They were only like every once in a while. Like,
I can remember one instance when I was like swimming and there was like fire or something to avoid. It's filler. It's filler. But what I can respect about id is that every time they try to switch things up.
I feel like there should always be a Doom game out there, but you can't just make the same kind of game every time.
Run and gun, jump and shoot, stand and fight. I think that.
Okay, we're run and gun and jump and shoot. Were those actual taglines for 2016 and Eternal? Or is he, like, pulling something on me? I don't know the validity of those combat mantras. I know, what was the freaking the
game every time?
Run and gun, jump and shoot.
I thought it was push forward combat. That was the mantra that they all said. I think it is just push forward combat. Like, that's the way they describe 2016 and Eternal. So I'm guessing he made these up for the videos, but it's just like, okay, it's weird to conflate your fan fiction, like, quick two nouns to describe this game. Excuse me, two verbs to describe this game. Fan fiction with the official one, but okay. I don't know. It's a weird. Hugo said it himself? Oh, okay.
Stand and fight. I think that's a great tagline.
We want you to stand and fight against the biggest enemies we have. If you're going to stand and fight, we definitely have to give you the tools to do that.
You are less mobile, but tankier. Doom Guy is far more lethal than ever.
Okay, yeah, you must be right, Chad. A lot of people are agreeing on this. I might just not know it. Yeah, okay. Understand.
Before, so demons feel a lot weaker, but attacking greater numbers. I played on Ultra Violence for this review, and the difficulty felt just right.
This is where we can disregard the review, right? Played on Ultra Violence. Okay, cool. Next one. Okay, let's move on to, Peach Cobblers. Like... I don't know if...
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to fight me neither, you know? I made the parry window shorter so that combat would be more intense. I also got a pretty top-of-the-line PC. The game ran almost flawlessly for me. I've heard of other issues on PC, but...
Guys, I got a top-of-the-line PC, and I experienced no performance issues. Like, fucking you better. Like, why is that a point where... Of course, if you have a top-of-the-line in the game, I hope it runs well. Like... Like, what I'm saying is like, that line it had no reason to exist because it just logically follows. Like, is it assuming that 2-year-olds are watching this? Like, it could be.
I encountered very few glitches. Oh, whoa, what was that? That guy just appeared out of nowhere. There's a high degree of polish in this game. I love the castle medieval aesthetic of this game. Man, they truly went balls to the walls. A feast for the eyes. You will quench your bloodthirst.
AAA games these days don't run as expected. Okay, I hate... You're right. You're completely right, you Holland. But, let's just say I'm not happier, right? You raise a good point, and I hate it.
And you will satiate your appetite for masculine beauty. You can tell id put a lot of effort into the ideas they had. As for if those ideas were the best ideas, maybe not. One of the big changes made is with melee, and the game's first new weapon.
Dude, he did not adjust the FOV slider. We're playing at like 90 FOV. It triggers me. He's doing console... Actman, please. You have a PC, man. I thought you were better than this. You knew FOV up to 110. It's always that. Whatever.
The Power Fist. Let's just get some of the bad stuff out of the way. Melee combat is weird in this game. The Power Gauntlet charges regenerate over time or by finding melee ammo.
What?
Melee ammo?
He is right. It sounds kind of ridiculous.
Imagine if they did this shit in Halo. Whoa, you can't whack your pistol 3 times in a row. What are you, crazy? You know, Master Chief gets tired too. I don't understand. If you're going to set Doom in a medieval fantasy setting, why would you limit melee combat? Wouldn't that be like a main focus? Stand and fight? Instead, it's like...
I feel like he's trying to take the realistic approach of like yeah, I have a gun, why can't I use that? But at the same time, like, on the game design front, like, we're limiting your melee charges because it improves the combat loop. Like, the gameplay loop is just better if, like, your melee is charged because you can't rely on it 100% of the time and thus have to use your other options. Like, I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, like, I feel like you gotta acknowledge the gamism element of, like, but would that improve or disprove the flow of the gameplay? Bro forgets Doom Eternal punches do absolutely nothing. Well, he didn't talk about how Doom Eternal's melee combat was so great, so I'm willing to give him that one.
Like this weird pseudo hybrid.
You know, you get this boxing match, you know, almost against the biggest enemies we have. They throw strikes, you parry them, you're charging your melee. You
Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Throw your strikes, you get off some shots.
Melee combat in Dark Ages is like a boxing match, but with all the complexity and strategy of, say, Punch-Out on NES. That's not a dig at Punch-Out, that's just how simple and basic the melee combat is, that it could
not a dig on Punch-Out, but this is a dig on Punch-Out.
Be compared to an NES game. I mean,
Okay, first off, how fucking dare you? Punch-Out has great things with animation reads, timings, and like dodge windows, and depending on how well you dodge can allow for more melee. Like, watch a fucking Summoning Salt video. That game has an enormous amount of depth. I would not bring it down with the comparison of Doom the Dark Ages, okay?
put Doom Guy in a setting where he has access to spears, halberds, crossbows. There is a crossbow. Bastard swords.
He's offended a little. I really appreciate what goes into Punch-Out, okay? And I will say, when it comes to the parry and timing mechanic, like, it's way more complex and deep than Dark Ages, although Dark Ages just has 15 million other things to be complex and deep in, you know? It would be much better if there was the lower melee damage with unlimited ammo, like 1 damage or something. Yeah, what about that, Axeman?
Axes and maces, all of this potential to just give us 3 melee weapons. Which, by the way, 2 of the attacks on the Power Fist is a shield bash and a kick. Kicking with the Power Fist. It feels like bumper cars.
Guys, you're with me. You know how much I disagreed with this guy in the 15 minutes we've watched this video. 15:23. Based. Why the fuck do you use the shield and the boots and the Power Gauntlets melee combo? He's completely correct. There is no other, like, you're straight up, like, you think that's true or you're wrong. Those are the 2 possibilities.
Because every time you whack a demon, it slows down and you bounce backwards. Doom Guy is the only thing they fear. And this stick bug looking motherfucker, the guy that in the last game you can smack his head and bash it into his neck like a baked potato? Why am I bouncing off of this guy? In martial arts,
I guess he just has an issue with the slow-mo, which, true, I agree. I think the slow-mo is a big pace breaker. Thankfully, they fixed a lot of this in a patch, but yeah.
Was taught not to strike an enemy, to strike through them. If you're punching someone, you don't stop your fist when you make contact. You want to knock their head off. And that's the type of feeling you got in previous games when you would execute glory kills. And Doom Guy would slash through them, he would charge at them. When he would go berserk, he would just punch them and send them flying. No knockback. Another big change is that
Okay, so I guess, yeah, no, I think that is actually a fair point where when you effective melee combat is slicing through enemies, so momentum should be through them, and the fact that Doom Guy, when he hits with a melee, he bounces backwards, like that's not aligned with how physics would work for a powerful melee strike. No, he's kind of based there. I actually, like, no, he's true. I think he's correct. Factually false? Really? I think that statement was true. Bumper car fits? Yeah, exactly, Bry Guy. Like, it's not like, it's like throwing rubber balls at people versus, like, firing bullets, you know? Like, a rubber ball bounces, but a powerful bullet, it pierces. Your momentum doesn't feel like it pierces. It feels like it bounces. Free physics lessons? I mean, a little bit. Like, no, I think... Wait, melee animations? Animations. Bouncing. Makes them feel less real. Which is true. That's around, like, 16, 15. I think I agree with him on this point. That would be harder to animate? Yeah. I agree with what he says, and it's just a struggle to animate that, and I get, like, the bounce back from a balance perspective. So, yeah, I think he's really correct. Like, that is a little bit awkward thing. They should have adjusted the system to somehow reflect that, or changed the system somewhat, I think. I think that is actually a very valid point.
No longer have the insta-kill melee, be it a chainsaw or the crucible sword, both of which were pretty fucking cool. But let's switch gears and...
There's missing one-shots, and they looked cool. Okay, sorry. Do you want the meat hook back in this game? I don't know what... This is a different game with different
jump into some of the other features Dark Ages has, like...
Absolutely fucking nothing.
You see, this review is not just about what Dark Ages has, but also what it has lost. There is no multiplayer, snap map, battle mode, horde mode, not even a demon dating simulator.
And thank fucking God, am I right? Dude, he's so based. Like, yeah, the game doesn't need any of that, right? Yeah, hell yeah.
You can get to know some hot single mancubi in your local area. What's that? You like the campaign? You enjoyed what you played and you want more? Sorry, restaurant is closed. Go eat somewhere else. Why?
Now, Doom.
Dude, what? He's forgetting about the option of play the campaign again. Like, I'm sorry, like, does the concept of replayability, like, not enter, like, dude, play through the game again and use guns that you didn't use. Like, it's that simple. I don't know what else to say. Like, just play through. The game's deep enough to where you can do that and play through with different weapons to have a completely different time. Like, why are you discluding that info? Like, that is something you can do. This is a game that, in fact, I think is good for it. Ripatorium exists. This review was put out before Ripatorium Enigma. So, he's not covering much post-launch content from updates, just how the game was on release.
It's certainly about more than just the single-player campaign experience.
It's a benefit of not doing multiplayer. We've been able to put more of these things in the game.
I was on board with the idea of id Software not working on a multiplayer and instead focusing all their resources on a solid single-player campaign. I thought that would pay off. It really has not. In 2016, the multiplayer wasn't anything spectacular, but it was serviceable and oh sweet Jesus, oh I forgot they added emotes. Oh I was wrong. Burn it all.
How dare you slander it? Doom 2016's multiplayer is fucking awesome. It's really fun.
I think in my old review I was pretty critical of 2016's multiplayer, but I mean shit, it's better than nothing. You had multiple game modes where you could play as demons, a bunch of multiplayer exclusive weapons not found in the campaign, and new equipment. And to switch up the combat in the single player, they also had rune trials, just little challenge runs that allowed you to unlock new abilities. There was an entire...
So, like, you went in to do these little challenges in these rune trials, and that was good, like, alternative content during the campaign. But, like, if you put them as a puzzle, or as a specific encounter, diegetic in the map, it's not there. Like, that one encounter that was... That's a good one. That encounter that is literally just 500 stone imps that blasts you on Spire of Narathul for that secret Wraithstone. Like, that's something there for variety that's, like, probably on equivalent of a rune trial of how specifically you have to tackle it, but it's just like a... Oh, yeah, but that's diegetic in the map and a part of the campaign, so... Yeah, the fact that you don't go through a loading screen really means a lot there.
Arcade mode too, which had you running through the levels trying to kill as many demons as fast as possible. You know, it was just more bang for your buck. And then secret levels, you could unlock a classic Doom level and play through it. I don't know, maybe I'm just the one who's out of touch.
Okay, saying it's a classic Doom level is a bit disingenuous because, like, those aren't, like, levels. Those are snippets of levels. They're like an arena, a hallway or two. Like, It's like... But, like, you can find secrets in this game, too. Like, there's puzzles that you go to instead of Doom... Like, it feels like he's just mentioning what's gone without, like, what's replacing it. And it... You can replay the classic level? Oh, yeah. Wait, you're right on that fact. Okay, I just forgot about that. If that's what he's referring to, I get that, Red. Thank you.
Thinking that shit was cool. And Snap Map was basically Doom's version of Halo's Forge. Have you ever played a game that had a map editor and you were like, you know, I wish I didn't have the ability to make my own content? And when Doom Eternal came out...
Okay, my question to you, though, is how many people used or played Snap Map in 2016? Not a lot. It's one of those things where, like, yeah, it's a neat feature to have. I think it's super cool that people can create their own content and whatnot, but it's one of those things of economics of, like, oh, well, if only 0.1% of our player base plays this map mode or uses it more than, like, 2 times, like, what's the point of developing it if it's not gonna, like, add to player retention? You did it for the achievement? Yeah. That's the kind of... I feel like you proved my point, like... The fact that people played it was not because of the mode itself. They played it to get an achievement, or they played it on a whim. Like, the meat and potatoes of Doom 2016 was the campaign mode. You know, multiplayer also, like, being pretty good up there.
The multiplayer and side content was reduced to a single 1v2 mode. It felt unfinished. And now with Dark Ages, we don't even get a multiplayer. On the single player front, this new trilogy has 1000% lived up to the hype and expectations of the original Doom games, but on the multiplayer side, it hasn't. And Doom was not just always about single player.
Now, Doom is certainly about more than just the single player campaign experience.
Doom is one of those rare IPs where most people...
Is that it? Is that literally it on the multiplayer front? Like, see, moving on, like... But... okay, like, I don't get, like... But the single-player campaign's good, though. Like, I don't get it. I guess he's gonna talk... He talks more about, like, the single-player campaign not being, you know, enough, but... Feel like TDA really needs a co-op expansion. That's what the Doom Girl DLC will be about. Where you'll get to team up with a buddy as Doom Guy and Doom Girl, and then fight crime, I mean demons together. Indeed. Let's not normalize shipping less content for more money. The 22 mission campaign is way bigger than Eternals, though. Like, in terms of campaign length, like, this campaign is the most bang for your buck. And then you also don't get, like, a half-assed multiplayer mode on top of it. Like, that's not less content. It's better. Like, you're getting better content because more of the effort went into the campaign. Like, that's not normalizing less content. That's making the current content better. And you know what? Who's to say it? If I spend $60 for a game, I only play that game for like 4 hours. But like for all 4 hours, that game's a 10 out of 10. I'd say that's worth it. Sometimes it's a lot about execution and the craft that goes into the amount of like quality per time played. Like, that's a value in itself. A 10-hour campaign for $70? Guys, this is like a 20-hour campaign that's replayable, like, several times. Unfortunately, you adore 2016's multiplayer? No, that's the base thing. 2016 multiplayer is really good. I think TDA would work well with a dual multiplayer like Slayer versus Slayer without the slow mo. No, okay, guys, I think we just love Quake 1v1s, which, to be fair, they're sick as fuck. I agree. But, like, why wouldn't you just play Quake if you want to do that? Oh, no, the YouTube bot did not like you spamming caps. I'm sorry, Peepo. Nintendo logic? Yeah, but the difference with Nintendo... Well, here's the thing. Nintendo logic is we're going to make games that appeal to 8-year-olds, and because they're really popular to 8-year-olds, like, they're, like, okay games at best, but we'll play on the nostalgia factor from all the 20-somethings who grew up with a Nintendo 64 and thus feel compelled to buy our systems. And it'll be just good enough to where they'll buy the next copy, but they won't have any meaningful gameplay. That's the Nintendo policy. Chat is white on white? How is it white on white? Like, I had a freaking... Here's the thing. I had this set. It was actually good. I might have to just change the background, which I'll have to wait till, like, a next stream to do that. So, deal with the weird contrast on your eyes for now. Nintendo getting caught in the crossfire? Dude, fuck Nintendo. 70 for only a campaign is too much. It's highly replayable. Like, if you don't think it's worth $70, you don't think it's worth $70. It's worth $70 to me. By the way, they did not send me a free copy, so I am not endorsed by Dark Ages to say that. I think it's generally worth $70 because of the quality of, like, replayability it gives. Like, yeah, discounting replay value, discounting how quality the time is, like... Don't get me wrong, like, you're a lot... It's cool to think that that's not enough for you, but, like, at the end of the day, it's just, like, there is quality there that's worth $70 to somebody. Or at least I'd argue. Binding of Isaac is €3. Yeah. Binding of Isaac's freaking good. Buy it.
Don't care about storytelling. And that is just as clear in Dark Ages as it was in Eternal.
Characters are forgettable, dialogue is forgettable, plot is forgettable. Gameplay, not so much. At the end of it, I didn't really take away anything from the story besides the spectacle and feeling of it.
You know, when I said that, I didn't think, oh, 5 years later, I'll feel the exact same way about a new Doom game. Now, despite my criticisms, there are a lot of moments in Doom the Dark Ages where you will think, that could not be more metal, and that could not be more Doom. But to sum up the plot, I mean, there's a bad demon guy, and he wants more power, and you don't want him to have that power. So you're flying all around Demon Land, ripping and tearing, and that's pretty much it. We don't even...
He was doing the exact same thing to, like, the gameplay systems a little earlier. However, he's right here. So, like, I'll let it slide.
Even know what the inciting incident is. Why are demons attacking this random village? Doesn't matter. All that matters is that Doom Guy is being held captive. This is the one interesting part of the story. The idea that weird alien things and this Captain Fatfuck guy are somehow controlling Doom with this technology. I wanted to see how that played out. But even Doom's original creators never thought storytelling was all that important. As the legend John Carmack once said, and put it best, story in a game is like story in a porn movie. It's expected to be there, but it's not important. Not important. We never even learned what type of pizza he was gonna deliver.
Okay, I will say, on a video making front, like, he had the quote on screen, and he did not read it verbatim. He left out the word that. Like, why do you put the quote on the screen if you're not reading it correctly? I'm sorry. Like, I understand why he would do that, because, like, it's close enough, but at the same time, like, come on. Doesn't that cutscene literally have dialogue explain that the Demon Horde has leaders who are after a MacGuffin? Yeah, but I'm gonna be real, like, that type of plot is not too different in scope to the plot that he's saying. Like, let's be real, people, the story in these games aren't good. Like, I get what he's getting at, it's just...
I mean, shit, what am I gonna do? Backtalk to the king of first-person shooters? So what right do I have to complain about it? Just shut up and ride the dragon. I want to. I really do.
They don't mind having a story in Doom, they just want it to be a good story. A story that complements the game, that fits in with the genre, you know, that enhances the experience, you know.
But you see...
Okay, Hugo right there, based as hell. Actually nailed it to a fucking T. However, I do have a disagreement with how that actually materialized in his game, but I'm glad that philosophically we stand on the same point. It's implementation that's the issue.
Doom falls under the ancient rule of cool law, which states that it doesn't matter how absurd, ridiculous, or illogical something is. If it's fucking cool enough, then you put it in and you can get away with it. The rule of cool does a lot of heavy lifting for Doom.
You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars.
But the rule of cool has its limits.
Hold on, there was a little bit of a section over here.
Then you're Doom.
Okay, so rule of cool does have its limits. I was thinking about on that 3 Cthulhu scene, like, hold on. Wait, Doom Guy ripping this heaven thing off his, like, chest, like, that's enough to kill 3 old ones? A boss fight you fight later? It's just like a... Who was smoking crack during this scene to think this was at all acceptable? Like, yeah, it's cool, but, like, think about how logically silly it is, like, in terms of power scaling in the campaign, versus of, oh, what the frick is even happening on his chest, versus, like, how does the universe work all this way, because then he goes to hell and then has this whole climbing out of hell sequence. Like, it introduces a lot of shit when it didn't need to. Like, I'm gonna be real.
Can't Just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars.
Like, I think he'll get into that of, like, there's a moment of there's so much shit that, like, how cool it is, like, doesn't matter.
But the rule of cool has its limits, and I think we've run out of track. I would be happy if Dark Ages could at least provide the bare minimum, the basics, like context. Provide
Okay, I just
the
noticed.
bare
Look at the bottom right of the screen, folks.
minimum, the base.
That is a Steam notification. Somebody is online. Somebody was not game capturing. They were display capturing when getting this footage. Hell act, man. I see. Have some professionalism. God.
Like context. So often the transition from mission to mission is just an abrupt stop. You're no longer here, now you're here. I don't really know what the fuck has been happening here. Now you're here. The mission is just an abrupt stop. You're no longer here, now you're here.
I think that is very deceptive. He just spliced the end of the mission and the beginning of the mission together. There's a whole ass menu that you go through telling you your collectibles you got, the combat you got, the things you upgraded, your challenges, blah, 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 blah. And he just literally spliced that out, being like, oh, one mission is literally from this to this. Like, no, you made it seem way shorter than it actually, like... There's at least a loading screen, like, come on.
I don't really know what the fuck has been happening in the story, honestly. It's like, hell's back, on this dragon, just fucking, you know the drill. Yeah, where the fuck am I now? You know what I mean? I'm going to all these cool places. It kind of reminds me of Halo 5. You're going to all these places that look cool, but you don't know what the fuck you're doing there. What is his goal? What is he trying to do? I don't even know. He's just a bad guy, you know? Nobody really...
Yeah, you know what? I'll give that. Like, 2212. What the fuck is... What the frick is Ozrock's motivation? He's completely true there. Like, dude, what does Ozrock want? I don't know. He just wants to do bad guy things and be bad all over the place. It's just a loading screen? Yeah, but the loading screen does a lot to, like, set up your expectation that you're moving into the next mission. Like, if we're talking about player perception there, like, yeah, it is just a loading screen, but, like, that loading screen, like, is an opportunity for a person to consider, like, do they want to take a break? Do they want to stop playing the game? Do they want to go do X, Y, or Z, or maybe replay a mission? Like, there is a lot that goes in that mind state that goes for setting up that you're in a new mission. And, yeah, the fact that it's literally just portal from one mission to mission with that spliced out, like, that goes against his point of, like, that the difference between missions is literally just the portal. Like, no, there's a loading screen. Like, he might be true in technicality of what's happening literally in the world, but that's completely untrue in regards to player experience, you know? He was bored? Yeah, no, I get he was bored. That's why everyone loves Starfield? Yeah, Starfield, critically acclaimed game. Motivation of Ass Crack is the same motivation of Marquise in the last John Wick movie. Yeah, and I hated that one too. You're doing real well to convince me that I'm right. The loading screen piss break mechanic is real? Thank you. I didn't think I was alone on this. He's talking about the effects it has on the story. Sure, like, I guess, like, on the story-wise, yeah, it is just one portal to another. Then again, like, in story-wise, when the Doom guy walks, he's just moving from location to location. Like, I guess in the context of a story, moving from one portal to one portal in the next level doesn't fucking matter. You feel me? From a story perspective, yeah, portal to portal doesn't matter because it's the Cosmic Realm. It has a bunch of portals. That's how you get around. That's the main form of, like, that's That's the main way of getting around the area. This what main way of moving from place to place is, you know, through demonic portal. Like, yeah. So? Hey, genderless entity, what you yapping about? Why the Doom to the Dark Ages is so disappointing. Indeed. Transportation, there you go. But the context is definitely in the game if your eyes and ears are open. I mean, yeah, but, like, it's half-baked I put it as, like, it's not the best context. That's what I would say.
Explains what the fuck is going on, or where we even are, or what we're trying to do, or... The campaign is little more than a series of mini adventures loosely stitched together with barely any coherence or pacing. What?
Based, actually true. No, guys, he's spitting facts. We hate baiting this game? What are you talking about? Not baiting. Everything I'm saying is genuine.
What am I doing? I don't even know. I really don't even know.
Hey, the fact that it's in the cosmic realm. If you don't know what you're doing and you're doing a random seeming things of connections that you don't understand in order to progress the plot, that's the cosmic realm, dude. That's Lovecraftian stuff. It fits on theme. It can't be bad. No, he is right, though. He is actually right. Like, let's be real. All the story set pieces are they wanted to have this level, so they had to write the story around it. Not the story naturally progressed, and they had to make the levels based on it. They just want some cool set pieces. Why do you think the words hell just appear blanket statement, and then you have 2 random hell missions for being recalled back out? Because that fucking hell mission didn't matter. They put it in just because they wanted a hell mission there. There you go. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's cooler when places are interconnected, you know? Yeah, but they had a lot of interconnected places like Siege Part 1, Resurrection, Carthul Marshes, for example. Those are interconnected levels. Like, I'm saying, like, I would agree with you, yeah, Peepo, but, like, the game has both. So, like, I guess I can't fault them. It's kind of just variety at that point. Set pieces greater than stories in games like these? I think I am there with you. However, I just don't want to be lied about that people are being like, yeah, these stories are that good. Like, nah, they want to service, like, a gameplay feel. And, like, honestly, it doesn't need to do anything beyond that.
I could not tell you what the fuck I'm doing. You know those scenes where it, like, shows you characters going to a different place or something? It's kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of important for spatial awareness, or, like...
Okay, I'm sorry, this one scene. I don't care what Actman is talking about. This is my video now. Thera cuts open a portal to hell with a sword. Why? The Sentinels teleported us to hell 10 missions ago. We have the technology to teleport to hell that doesn't require this weird-ass ancient freaking Sentinel god ritual of a plasma sword. Like, they could just teleport us. Why are we doing this special ritual? Why isn't a teleporter good enough? Why? It's all based in reality. You did it once? Yeah, but why can't we do the regular hell teleportal? Why do we have to do the sword teleportal? Doomgirl, that's why? You need to understand how powerful she is with her 40 seconds of screen time. Yeah, this scene wants to set up, like, the fact that Thera can teleport through dimensions for some reason, but, like, it completely forgets about the context in Worlds that being able to portal into another dimension is kind of just the standard form of teleportation at this point. Like, everyone does it. Because you need a portal from the center of Mars to get to specific areas of Argentina. Yeah, by the way, Hebeth, the second mission in the game, ends up in the center of Mars for some reason. Don't think about it.
Like, where the fuck why do you have a sword? When did you get that sword? Heck, man, stop talking about the story. Who cares? It's not like you have some high quality standard of storytelling in Doom's past that you can refer to. Oh, wait. Now, if you don't believe me, go replay 2016 and compare it to the storytelling in Dark Ages.
No contest!
Based. Guys. Guys, he's right. 2016 was the best story in Doom. You can't... He's correct.
What's weird about Dark Ages is that its plot is hard to describe because there's so little of it. There's very few things that are actually worth spoiling.
I disagree that the issue with the plot is that there's too little of it. I actually think that there's too much. Because, like, 2016... What's 2016's story? 2016's story is you wake up from a trapped coffin, there's an alien, you're on Mars, there are demons attacking it, you need to stop the demons. Now, of course, you meet Olivia, you chase her down, that's like half the game. Then she gets exploded into hell, you think she's dead. Then you need to get out. Now your goal is stop the demonic invasion. And then you stop the demonic invasion and find Olivia still alive, and then you fight her in a boss battle. Like, it's a very simple plot. Very minimal. There's not a lot of details. However, it's dragged out through good pacing and levels and, you know, different ways of traversing the area that, like, yeah, like a plot beat took 7 missions. That's fine. It's because I enjoyed doing those missions and got like a little bit of audio logs from Samuel Hayden or Vega or someone talking in my ear along the way. Like, it's a very simple story told slowly, and it works well because it wasn't trying to be anything more. Dark Ages feels so much like it's trying to be way more. Like, why is there this intergalactic war between Hell and the Sentinels? What's going on? What the fuck is Ozrock's motivation? I still want to know. What are the Sentinels doing to upset the demons? Like, why are the Sentinels being attacked other than some other alien species? We don't have any of these details because, like, fuck it. This is just the scale that Hugo thought up in the writing room, you know? Which, don't get me wrong, that's right. It's just, like, it's... eh. Vega was the best plot device. Bro dumped exposition in your ear as you move. No reading required. Yeah. Audio logs, people talking to you as you're doing stuff, I think is the way to give exposition in these games. Because you're enjoying it passively as you're enjoying the game. I think 2016 does that all the time and very well. It can get away with a simple story because it does that pretty darn well. What's up, ShadX? Loved Doom 2016 and monster designs. It just fits the story so much better than Dark Ages. Yeah, it goes for the feel that they were making for. I don't know if I think 2016's monsters were better for its campaign than Doom, the Dark Ages monsters being fit for its campaign. I don't know. Jury's held out on that for me. I'm feeling that beer, dudes.
While Doom 2016 feels like a game that wants you to take things slow, it's almost like Dark Ages thinks that's boring. What players like is combat, and that's it. Let's pick a random Dark Ages mission as an example. Number 15, City of Raul. So the plot of this mission is you go through a portal, you kill demons for 20 minutes, then go through another portal, mission over. The cosmic realm awaits. 4 words is all of the narrative they could spare for this one level. So what was the point? What is the cosmic realm? Is that where Neil deGrasse Tyson lives? Compare this to 2016 when you go to hell for the...
okay, I was about to step in as just like a... Dude, 2016 Eternal has these issues, but he's about to directly bring them up, so let's hear it.
First time in a 6th mission, it's a similar concept. Doom guy finds himself in another plane of existence, and he's cut off from communications. Now, in Dark Ages, they just say, fuck it, no dialogue this mission. But in 2016, they replaced Samuel Hayden's voice with these demon audio logs, which were...
Hey, they're forgetting about Vega's, about Slayer Suit's dialogue during those missions. What the hell? Very important.
So fucking cool. While you're in hell, you get a psychological profile of the Doom guy from the demon's perspective. I mean, that's fucking cool. These demonic audio logs detail Doomslayer's backstory, how he was encased in a magic sarcophagus and sealed away, how he was freed. why he is the only thing they fear, and it gives you a look into the minds of the demons. It added so much to the story.
He wore the crown of the Night Sentinels, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the...
I hope that this line literally means that in the DLC we get a sword and that's our melee weapon. Because like I wanna hope that this line is literal, because there was no sword melee weapon in the base game. You hate Slayer suit? Yeah, it's just discount Vega. I agree. Hey, your issue is when 2016 locks you into a room to give exposition. It does do that like 4-5 separate times. I guess casually it's not the biggest deal. And the speedrun is such a big deal. We have literally exclusive speedrun skips just to skip those dialogues. Yeah, that one. 20. That's true, Fusion Rogue.
This is what I mean when I say Dark Ages doesn't even cover the basics, the bare essentials. There is nothing in this level to clue us in on what the fuck this place is or what happens here. And the art direction is peak. I'm convinced id Software secretly hired Gordon Ramsay to work on this game because they fucking cooked. And that's the real tragedy.
I kind of like how I'm dropped into this weird realm and don't know what anything is or how it works. Isn't that kind of the Lovecraftian fantasy? Of the whole point is that you're dropped in, nothing understands on how it makes sense. There's some twisted logic to it maybe, but like you don't know if it's just like your mind playing tricks on you or if that's actually the logic. Like I get that he cannot like it. I understand that, but like there's something to be liked, you know? Does anyone truly understand Lovecraft? Yeah, that's kind of the point. I don't know. I feel like for the cosmic realm, it fits that you shouldn't know. Like, I don't view that as a negative. I guess I just don't understand.
There are places and locations worthy of telling a story in, but they didn't even bother. Some people might say, X-Man, it doesn't want...
I mean, a story is told. Like, Thera's in the cosmic realm, you gotta save Tentacle Waifu. Like, that is the story. I guess he's complaining that it's simple. Like, there is story there. He just doesn't like that it's like 4 or 5 missions is like you just getting to Thera. Which, like, yeah, I guess it's fair not to like it, but it's like, it's not no story.
Want to slow the game down with too much story. People don't care about that. And I agree, which is why I also think Dark Ages has too many cutscenes and not enough story, if that's even possible.
Yeah, no, he's correct.
The biggest change of all is perspective. Cutscenes dominate the plot, for better and sometimes worse. The story is delivered in 2 ways. Cinematics and people talking over a radio. Yeah. And yes, while it is fucking cool to watch Doom guys squaring up with Cthulhu, that's all Dark Ages really has going for it in terms of narrative. It's just cool. I mean, there's this one moment, spoiler warning, spoilers, Doom guy gets thrown into acid and you think he dies, but he's literally too angry to. When they revealed his face as like some ghoul, and he goes into Davy Jones's space locker to ferry his own soul across the river, I mean, that's... What do you want me to say? That's a moment. That sticks in my brain. See, stuff like this, conceptually, is
it is completely bullshit, but he is absolutely right. This moment will forever stick in my memory, and I will enjoy it. But it is completely bullshit.
Pretty fucking cool. Pretty goddamn sweet. And artistically, it's just beautiful. But there's like no real substance. And it's hard to get immersed in this game when I can barely draw a connection between my actions as the Doomslayer and what's happening in the cinematics. But in...
Yeah, no, he is kind of correct. Yeah, the story is bullshit. I don't know what else to say, like...
Dark Ages, I don't feel like I'm doing anything, and the objectives rarely have any relation to what's going on. Like in the mission Siege, Azrak launches an assault on the Sentinel stronghold. He's got this big-ass cool ship with fucking skull in the front. Oh man, I guess we gotta infiltrate that now. No, take out AA cannons? And what? Portals? Huh? Shouldn't we use the AA cannons to shoot at the guy on the ship? Wait a minute, everybody's just sitting in a castle behind the shield. Why do I need to take out AA cannons? We don't even have air support. This leads me to my next point. The characters suck. Everyone is worthless in Dark Ages except you. It actually becomes irritating how little a role Cr1tikal, Novik, and the other sentinels and soldiers play in the story.
Okay. I would argue that Cr1tikal has almost too much importance in the story because she's just wow lolxd random god out of nowhere. Like, I think that's a little bit too important, but he is completely right of like they're not needed. Yo, what's up, Tamer? Welcome in. Pity Hugo isn't here? Yeah, who knows? He could be watching. He could be lurking. He's not explaining stuff that it does explain. Well, I mean, like, he's talking about how it doesn't make sense. So if there was an explanation for that, I think that'd go against his point. Honestly, everyone gave Ackman shit, but this review, we agree with a lot of it. No, like, don't get me wrong. Like, most of his points about the story, I completely agree. He's even had a few gameplay stuff that's, like, good. Like, his melee animations, like, that's actually a bit of insight that I didn't think about, but I'm just like, yeah, no, in retrospect, he's right. But yeah, it's okay so far.
They just stand around waiting for you to solve all their problems, never doing anything themselves, and everyone is relegated to spouting boring expository dialogue.
Never doing anything themselves, like King Novik blowing up all of Cloud City so that he can keep the Heart of Argent for himself. Like, dude, in that mission, Doom Guy was the background character while King Novik and Cr1tikal and frickin' Oskrok were, like, doing the plot. Like, no, they do things in this. It's just few and far between, and Doom Guy is the most important thing because he's the person who solves the plot. I understand that, but, like, if that's your point, you should say that. TDA's story lacks self-awareness? I wouldn't even say lacks self-awareness.
20 months of sponsoring super content.
Yo! Thank you so much, Delta, for the 20 months. Very much appreciate it, dude. The buffer system for gameplay? Well, I mean, like, this is just a normie review. Buffer system, probably won't get mentioned all that much. Alright, I forgot where I was. Let's just get back onto it.
Yawn. These guys don't ever do jack shit. Yeah, all these guys show up and it's just gonna be me fighting. Yep, you go off in that direction, yep.
I guess the story, like, it's just like they're all having their own fight outside of there while we're having ours. That's kind of the implication, but yeah.
God damn it. Compare this to Samuel Hayden. I mean, 2016 only had like 3 characters.
Everything has clearly gotten out of hand now, yes. But it was worth the risk, I assure you.
But he was great because he helped guide you through the facility and the story. But he was also a weird robot that sounded like a bad guy, and he kept talking about how much he loves demon energy and wanted to continue his work when his work caused this incident in the first place, but yet he's helping you stop it?
If stopping our energy production is what you want, then you need only to destroy this last filter, and Argent energy will no longer exist in this solar system. We will be back at square one.
So, until the very end, it was pretty hard to tell if Samuel Hayden was an antagonist or a good guy, and that made the plot interesting.
I am not the villain in this story. I do what I do because there is no choice. I can't kill you, but I won't have you standing in our way. Until we see each other again.
In that way, Olivia Pierce almost acts as a red herring. You see, at least I can describe the 3-4 characters in 2016. I can't do that for Dark Ages. What's
I don't know, skill issue. Like, I can say vaguely what the plot is, like, with the characters. Like, don't get me wrong. I think a lot of it's nonsensical, does not logically flow from A to B, but, like, because, like, what is the plot of Doom the Dark Ages? Like, the witch and Ozrock are looking for the Heart of Argent. Turns out that the Heart of Argent is actually half of the relic. The other half of the relic is the soul of an ancient god found within Thera. So, when they discover this, they kidnap Thera to where Doom Guy goes to rescue Thera, only for Thera to accidentally tentacle the Doom Guy so he gets knocked out, sent to hell, and then comes back from the dead from ancient blood sacrifice ritual in order to, you know, fight Ozrock, who now has the complete ritual artifact. And Doom Guy's just so strong that he kills him. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I know the characters and the plot, like, it's just bullshit, but, like, I guess what he's getting to here is that Doom 2016, there were fewer characters, or maybe, like, I guess there's kind of, like, 4 or 5 characters in this. There's 3 or 4 in 2016. It's not the worst comparison, but, like, you understand the characters of 2016 more, which I agree with. I think Samuel Hayden's way more fleshed out than Thera, Novik, Commander Valen ever was. I mean, I think Commander Valen is fleshed out considering the context of Eternal. But if you don't have Eternal context going into Dark Ages, I think you'll find him as a nothing character. If it wasn't for your explanation right now, you wouldn't have understood the story. Guys, I pay attention to things. My bad. There's only one question. Is he the villain of the story? No, he is not the villain of the story. Characters are basically tropes in TDA. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, they're just like, they're so one-dimensional. There's not a lot of going on there. Azcrack wants to be king, but the demons don't fear him enough to be respect as king. He knows he ain't strong enough to kill the Slayer. He needs more power. Insert witch in MacGuffin. Yeah, here's the thing, Psychotic Panda. You say that? That's not in the story. You assumed that about Ozrock. We just know Ozrock is a bad guy who wants the Heart of Argent. That's, like, the only thing critical that we need to go on. Like, you saying that he wants to be top demon by enacting violence, like, that's something you brought into it. Didn't understand what's going on in Dark Ages till a few playthroughs. Yeah, and I feel like that's just because the story is disconnected from what you're doing. Meanwhile, in 2016, the difference was the story is what you're doing. They're kind of more separate in this game, you know?
What's the point of having all these people?
Ozrock says he can't rule as king as long as the Slayer is the only one he fears. Yeah, he wants to kill the Slayer. Okay. But, like, what's he want to do beyond that? Be king? What does being king entail? What's his view of being king? How would he rule? What does it mean to rule hell? Like, and how would the Slayer being alive affect how he rules hell? The game doesn't answer these questions. What I'm saying is they're just plot points with no exploration. They are... Like, yeah, there's the bare minimum there, but, like, come on. Can't stories be more than the bare minimum?
Suck up screen time when I don't do a goddamn thing. Dark Ages is all style and little substance. It's the epitome of tragedy. That such beautiful imagery and art could be so wonderfully crafted, but not filled with enough interesting elements.
I am going to be real. I'm convinced between Eternal and Dark Ages that the environment artists, like who make the skyboxes and everything for the games at id, are top tier. Nobody's beating them. Best looking FPSs in generations. Look at a skybox for 1 second in these games, and you'll enjoy it. What connection does he have to the Dark Lord? Okay, so there is the thinnest of connections to the Dark Lord of Ozrock. Ozrock is the Prince of Hell. And what would he be prince to? He's prince to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord's king. Ozrock is prince. So Ozrock is kind of, if not literally Dark Lord's son, it's Dark Lord's spiritual son. So, like, it's a mantle that he wore to be, like, second in command of Hell. So he's in charge while Dark Lord's away. It's so thin, the connection. We're literally going off that he's called the Prince and that Dark Lord is called Lord. But, like, it's the only stuff we have. Yeah.
Like, here's a good example. The Cyber Dragon, Sarat. When did we get a Cyber Dragon? You know what would have been cool is if Sarat was its own boss fight, but instead of killing the dragon like Doom Guy normally would, he tames it like a fucking cowboy in the Wild West. And then you could kind of play a little bit, you know, Arthur Morgan with his horse kind of relationship. But when, spoilers, when a dragon is killed, I didn't really feel anything. I don't know, man, the story feels like you're stuck in a perpetual loop where every cutscene is just meant to make you feel like Mr. Krabs tripping out. Like, why take...
He's completely right about the Sarat death scene. Sarat doesn't feel like a character because there's no growth, at least I would argue. Like, Sarat is introduced in the story as liking Doom Guy and only the Doom Guy, and he is Doom Guy's dragon. Where is he by the time he gets killed? Oh, well, he likes Doom Guy. He's the Doom Guy's dragon. He's always the Doom Guy's dragon. Like, there's nothing like the change to grow. We didn't, like, get to a young, impressionable Sarat, raise him, train him on a few behaviors, at least in a cutscene or something. Like, the fact that change is such a great indicator of, like, how you grow attached to somebody, you know, story-wise. So, like, yeah, the fact that there's a lack of it and then it dies, it feels a little bit forced. Like, yeah, you just wanted death to, like, make this moment a little better. Like, there's no real meat behind it because you didn't set up meat beforehand. We do get backstory in the Codex. Yeah, but who reads the Codex? 1% of people. Like, maybe if you read the plot as it happens, yeah, it can be better. I agree, but, like, it's just not a common experience. You read the Codex? Congratulations, you're part of the 1%. It's Sarat, not Sarat. Okay, hey. He doesn't even like this game. Give him some credit.
Ketamine and fentanyl when you can achieve the same effects by trying to understand the story of Doom the Dark Ages. For a universe as interesting and fascinating as Doom, I felt really let down by the story. But
wait. I never turned around at the beginning of Final Battle. Wait, does Novik just wait there as you rush in? Okay, him walking out with you, that scene now has no dramatic glory because, like, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna fight with one arm. It's worth it. You're better on the better mech. Anywho, I can hold my own. I'm a badass king. You're denied that because he's just waving you goodbye as you fight. Why did they have to character assassinate my boy Novik? Like, Novik was... Actman actually makes me, like, dislike the game more. I didn't know this happens. You remember when the Doom devs marketed the game as putting the Codex out into the cutscenes? Yeah, and I don't know, this feels very disconnected from the Doom 2016, like, Hell Codices, if you know what I mean, Dog Matter. Like, yeah, I guess generally this could be interpreted as his campaign and whatnot, but, like, I guess I was expecting, like, I don't know, a little more. It's a good review when it makes you change an opinion. Yeah, if only he didn't say such ass stuff otherwise.
A universe as interesting and fascinating as Doom, I felt really let down by the story. What Dark Ages lacks in its storytelling is substance. I don't know what the fuck Prince Azran's motivations were for getting more power. I don't know why they were keeping Doom Guy chained up. Captain Fat Fuck, what was his motivation? Fuck if I know. The funniest part at the end is when Thera is like, and we're gonna do this for our homeland, and I'm like, I don't even know what your homeland's name is.
It's Argentinur. But he is right. Like, it's very half-baked. Like this speech kind of means nothing because Thera's like, gotta be real, I'll say it, she was a plot device and not a character. She was a MacGuffin for the spirit thing for the cosmic realm, and then she cut a portal into hell, and that's about it. I mean, I guess that's, like, not too bad, because at the end of the day, you want the Doom guy doing all the story because he's, like, the badass at the center of it, but it's like... Yeah, she didn't really, have much of a presence.
This is our home, and we will stand together to the last sentinel to defend it.
So, like, when she's here talking about motivation, character, and Prime, like, we were not, like, teasered on what her motivations, what her, like, goals are. Like, she wants to save the Sentinels, sure, but, like, okay, is there anything more than that? Like, I'm starving for, like, a character here, and I'm like, oh, character wants to do good. Oh, is that it? Like, I think that's the biggest issue, right?
You have a home? What is the name of your home? I don't even know where you live, dog. Now that id Software has also abandoned the idea of multiplayer, it feels like a massive missed opportunity that they've also abandoned storytelling.
Okay. First off, they abandoned storytelling at Eternal. They've been doing it for a while. Catch up act, man.
In Doom Demons Die Twice, you can parry certain attacks and turn the tables on an aggressive foe. It's a unique spin on the classic formula. Like before, at first, it's fun parrying projectiles, learning the patterns, and adapting to them on the fly. The shield is super fucking cool. Being able to throw it and implant it in a big demon to stun it. The shield bash lets you fly across the battlefield similar to the grapple hook. But over the course of time, it starts to become apparent that a lot of enemies shoot the same projectile. The problem I have is how prevalent parrying is, when it's such a simple mechanic. Every attack you parry slows the game down.
I'm gonna let him cook for a bit, but I don't know if I agree with this point.
To the point where it got so annoying, I tried looking through the settings if there was a way to disable it. Between the weird knockback and slow-mo effect, the game starts to feel sluggish, like it's compensating for a lack of depth in the melee combat.
He is actually kind of correct on the Atlan melee stuff. That's the reason why they added like an Atlan parry timer slider in future updates. They also reduced the effect of slow-mo. Yeah, these are all genuinely good complaints, and they address them in patches, which is kind of neat to look on in retrospect, so...
Sometimes it's cool to pull off a parry, but other times it feels like you're just spamming the block button and instinctively parrying every attack that's thrown your way, effectively dumbing down your available strategies. Dodging in the dragon or the robot levels is incredibly simplistic. Like in the mech levels, you can dodge into where they are swinging and you'll just like phase through it or something.
Yep, he's just correct, dudes.
And in the dragon levels, you're always dodging in one of 4 directions, and it feels like a game from the 360 era. Let's move on to weapons and demons and level design, because this is what Doom is all about.
Big effing guns.
And not just these, right, fellas? One thing I really love about Eternal in 2016 is how every weapon had like 3 modes of fire, with mods that you could swap out of during combat. Every weapon felt like it had been explicitly tuned to fit a certain situation or scenario, and had certain drawbacks. In Dark Ages, it's like every weapon only has 1 mode of fire, and they just doubled the amount of weapons.
So Actman, so normally how they would do is they'd have a base weapon, and there'd be 2 mods for it. Now, there's just 2 variations of weapons. So, some of those weapons, believe it or not, have multiple effects that you can change. Like, maybe you have a case if you're disregarding upgrades, but with upgrades, weapons can be varied on how you use them or play them, depending on how you set up the upgrade trees. Like, there are definitely way more modes that you can fire the combat shotgun in this game than 2016 had, because there's 2 interchangeable upgrades that interact differently with each other. Like, so what, that's like... So instead of like 2 variations, that's, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4? That's about 4 variations? Like, I don't know, dude. Like, there's variation in this game. I just don't think he's correct.
They all feel like they do less. The Ravager and the Punisher are a great example. Why are these two
The Ravager and the Punisher? Wait.
They do less. The Ravager and the Punisher are a
Ravager and Pulverizer.
great example. Why are these two separate weapons when the differences are so minor? Since there are no alternate fires, the idea of upgrading weapons is also a lot less interesting, since it merely enhances the primary fire. And instead of unlocking upgrades via challenges or combat tokens, it's gold now, often placed just right out in the open, like it takes zero effort to collect a lot of gold. Feels kind of like Donkey Kong 64, where they just put hundreds of bananas everywhere. The weapons
I agree on the collectathon part of it, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, they just replaced weapon mods with weapon variations. There's 2 weapon variations instead of weapon mods. It's about the same system. Like, I'm gonna be real, within like an order of magnitude, it's the same system. And that also disregards like upgrade paths and trees that change weapon behavior. Doesn't engage much in the upgrade and not finding the beauty of synergy upgrades in TDA. I feel like that's underexplored, yeah, but like, do you need to explore that for review? I don't know. I feel like it's as simple as it's good if you recognize the synergy in some of the like gameplay depth in a review. It's definitely cool for recognizing like what goes on under the hood. He hasn't done a lot explaining that. Ultra Kill also had that? Yeah, but this ain't an Ultra Kill review, so. Leaving 1 gold all the way at the beginning of the map or a point where you can't return. Yeah, that is, like, very bad about the collectathon feature of this game. Which, I guess he's getting on with the Donkey Kong 64 example, because that's exactly what happened in Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64? My favorite Nintendo 64 game. Period. It had that issue all the time. I love that game. God damn, was it flawed.
Feel off. I think it's a combination of the demons being much easier to kill and every weapon being good in almost every scenario. The game starts to feel very arcadey.
Weird. A big complaint of Eternal is that it felt like that one weapon or a type of weapon was needed to kill certain demons at every point. And he's kind of making the opposite criticism here, that you can use any weapon you want to fight the demons, and that's somehow a bad thing. I don't know. I feel like somebody could equally say that the fact that you can use any weapon you want at any time is a benefit, because it means that you just have a different play style that you prefer. Like, I feel like that's just a positive that's viewed negatively.
I mean, don't take my word for it. Immediately after you beat Doom the Dark Ages, go play 2016 and notice how different enemy behavior is. How possessed soldiers, even though they're cannon fodder, they can still put up a decent fight. They take a couple shots to take down. But in Dark Ages, they just throw hordes and hordes of useless, worthless cannon fodder that are so frail and feeble, one toss of your shield can kill like 30 of them.
Is no one going to talk about how, like, shield soldiers and fodder in this game actually deal like fuck tons of damage on the higher difficulties? Like yeah, you can kill them quickly, but they also like damage you a lot, and there's a lot of them. Like, I feel like you're just leaving out the risk, the counterbalancing to the scales here. Like, yeah, it's OP if you don't look at all its negatives. Like, yeah, but why criticize 2016? I don't think he's propping up 2016 a lot in this video.
I don't know, it's like all these shield guys, you know, I throw my shield at one of them and they all explode. You'd think they'd learn and change their strategy at some point. Levels are a whole nother subject entirely.
Guys, I feel like he's making the complaint of, like, if they stopped throwing green projectiles at me, I would die because I can't parry them. They just keep sending me red projectiles. Why are they sending me green projectiles? The idiots. Okay, I feel like with that comparison, I'm getting at the point of the criticism that I want to make is, like, he's... Like, yeah, that's an enemy whose weakness is the shield throw. They're designed that for the gameplay reason of restacking your resources. Like, you taking them from a clearly plot story perspective is doing them a disservice because they serve a gameplay function. Like, You know? So, like, yeah, he's not wrong, but, like, he's leaving out, like, why it's quote-unquote good that they're in there, you know? Oh, yeah, Sword and Sorcerer. I got that complaint, but I can't do that because I'm already streaming. So that'll just be a thing I'll do when I use the scene next time. I'll just, like, change the background color. But yeah, noted. Feel like the weapon complaint is one levied towards 2016. No, 2016 has an issue of that the game is too unbalanced because there's like one weapon that's the best, which is the SSG, which isn't even the true case because there's 3 weapons that are the best weapons. It's the SSG, the siege mode, and the remote det rocket launcher. So yeah, people get that wrong. It's just that the SSG is the most easily accessible as the OP weapon. Like, I get what he means from a logical perspective, I guess, wrapping up. It's just, gameplay-wise, like, there's a clear reason why they're there.
Have been dumbed down. What? No, just don't walk over there. And this.
Okay, Doom 2016 Eternal had those in spades as well. It's just always funny when the game's like, oh, there should be an invisible wall there. But yeah, no, they put a death plane or something. That's just the gameism that's frustrating.
Secrets are hardly secrets. Come on, this is a secret. Come on.
He's forgetting about... Guys. I actually hate this.
Come on,
So, right here, in order to get up here, casually, you have to walk up an entire explosive barrel part of the ship where there's nightmare imps, trying not to blow yourself up, to knock down a platform gate, to open up a jump pad to get to here. The secret was before this point. It just triggered when you got close to the collectible. You're forgetting about this whole secret area that you had to freaking go there to unlock a jump pad. Like, come on. Like, yeah, okay, like, the complaint at this point shouldn't be that, oh, that's a secret. The point should be like, oh, the secret triggered late. Like, come on. Yeah, okay, I think you all in chat get on the same message that I saw. Yeah, this part's a little, like, you're just, it seems simple just because you've excluded the context.
This is a secret. Come on. All I did was go left. That's not a secret. A lot of levels are just like flat, wide open. Again, because they got rid of the double jump, they can't really add a whole bunch of interesting platforming.
2016 didn't have the double jump for like the first few missions, and Foundry is a very vertical open worlds level. You don't need double jump. They had jump pads, they had the mantle system, they had, you know, platforms. I do agree how there is a lack of, like, for the open worlds, like, we don't get anything Foundry or Argent Facility destroyed equivalent in this game. But, like, instead they spread it out, like, horizontally, and rather than having a degree of verticality to their, like, platforms. Like, that's a genuine criticism. I get that. It's just,
Therefore, see double jump, they can't really...
The double jump is not at all, like, what's necessary for that. I missed my point halfway through that sentence, but I found it. Sentinel Command does... it's not open, though. That's a linear level that, like, folds up on itself in verticality. I guess what I'm saying is, like, there's no, like, vertical level that's open. Sentinel Command Station, yeah, like, you can go to the secret area at the end of the mission. That's about it. Like, there's nothing more than that. This guy is just pure rage bait? No, he's genuine. I fully believe him. It's just I don't think his points are well thought out enough. Open world was a mistake? I wouldn't say a mistake, but I just say it could have been executed better. I think it's like kind of fine, but like they definitely could have done better in TDA, you know. As someone working on a boomer shooter myself, ooh, game dev in the chat, what's up? Who has tested out parry mechanics? I can say that parry mechanics do not play well when the arena is not wide open. Yeah. It makes sense because you need time to react and parry stuff. Like, I understand that. You should watch the Mayo video. Mayo is okay. I have seen Ackman's follow-up video. I know a lot of the things he addresses. This one's just funny as hell.
Add a whole bunch of interesting platforming. Therefore, secrets are less secretive and levels are less interesting. You kind of just glide across the ground in a lot of levels, massacring everything in sight. Very little like height advantage or environmental hazards or teleporters, man cannons, or power-ups. In 2016, each arena you fought demons in felt like a playground you had to master. Same with Eternal. Doom Guy would dance around a battlefield like Michael Jackson with this double-barreled shotgun blasting demons straight back to hell. It was awesome. Dark Ages, it feels more like you're a blender. Rarely does the environment itself pose any challenge. I was actually so unused to environmental hazards, I just walked into the yellow acid. Levels are much more linear and less labyrinthine.
Except for the levels that are open.
Puzzles are pretty easy to figure out with landmarks so colorful and unmistakable it's hard to miss them. But in
this video is just his honest feeling to the game and how the video structure is reflected on that. Yeah, I don't believe that he's honest. I just wish he fact-checked his stuff more when he made a claim. Like, there's several points in this video we pointed out where, like, he's made something wrong, but he's also had some good points. Like, okay, it never compared to me to, like, it never came to me to wonder about Ozrock's motivation. But yeah, that is kind of missing from the story, which is very important because, like, why the fuck is he, like, at war? It's, like, with the Sentinels. Like, he brings up some good points. It's just, there's a lot of bad points, too. Yeah.
Previous games, often you would have to really take in your surroundings, and sometimes you'd find a secret trapdoor that doesn't have an obvious marker except for the tiny little button prompt. And this would lead you to a secret area that would reward you with an upgrade to your suit. Oh yeah, remember the suit? Why are there no upgrades for it? So the vast majority of combat...
I remember this from the follow-up video. Why is there no upgrades for the suit? It's the shield and... It's the shield upgrades and the melee upgrades. That's the suit. But yeah, this is just funny in retrospect that he completely just forgot about like 2/3 of the upgrades in the game.
Feels like it happens in long, wide, open, flat environments, and the exploration, while simple, fun, and easy, doesn't feel nearly as rewarding as, you know, taking 5 or so minutes to be like, that's how you get into that room. You know? Doom the Dark Ages seems to de-emphasize exploration and instead fill those quiet moments with more combat. Thus, the combat feels more repetitive because there's less breaks in between. At first, I
disagree with that. I think there's plenty of breaks in this game. I was always looking for secrets, but maybe he'll get into it more.
Spectacle of the mech and dragon levels. Regain health by flying through blue rings. Just like Superman. I'm just like Superman. I thought it was neat exploring the world from a different point of view. Oh boy. Yes. Yes, none will survive. I am Godzilla. The robot levels were incredibly linear and one note, but a fun spectacle nonetheless. And the dragon level, I do think it's funny that they added an enemy ship that always flies away from you. It's like the designers realized, hey, this is just people flying through corridors of nothing. We gotta give them something to shoot, and that's what they came up with. But this ain't no Starfuck 64, that's for damn sure. One thing all 3 Doom games have done exceptionally well is art direction, and Dark Ages might be the most beautiful and varied of the trilogy. But I mean, like, look at the...
I just agree. I don't know what else to say, folks. Like, yeah. I did think of the Superman rings as soon as I saw the Dragon Heel rings in this game. I'm not gonna lie.
The art direction. It's fucking immaculate. If only the levels were better. Man, look at the ghost. Look at that floating pirate ships out there, and where.
Cosmic Realm is heckin' beautiful, dudes. Yeah, tastefully unhinged. I talked to a couple devs, specifically Kaiser. He worked on some of the dragon enemy AIs, and from what he said is that fighting the enemies he helped design feel completely different from when he was working on it to the release. So I'm thinking that flying mechanics, there was a bit more going and they had to streamline them. I don't know. I get the argument that they're pace breakers. It's just that they suck at pace breaking.
The fuck we are. There's always some crazy shit going on in the background and you feel like you're part of a larger war. And with that, id Software has capped off a new Doom trilogy. History repeats itself, time is a flat circle, and once again, the third entry is the most divisive. But like Doom 3, will Dark Ages years from now be reappraised as a masterpiece? For first timers, it'll likely be a blast and you'll want to experience more, and then it's only up from there. While there's a lot I respect about Doom the Dark Ages, a lot of issues I have really come down to my personal preference, and I think the whole direction of medieval Doom was a wonderful concept.
See, this is a conclusion which I do very much appreciate, because yeah, a lot of his takes here, the ones where he just straight up didn't like lie on camera and whatnot, but most of his things I think are just honestly subjective takes. Like, he doesn't like that glory kills are bad, but like for the pacing, I think they're better. Like, I'm not saying, like, this interview, like, or excuse me, this video, not really that bad. Outside of a lot of things, but hey, like, not a high bar to clear is what I'm saying.
Around the halfway point, I felt like the game had mostly run out of magic tricks. And besides a few unique bosses, it did. Replacing glory kills with inferior executions is one of the most baffling and unnecessary changes they made. To remove what sold me on your last two games and give me a worse version of it, it makes my brain hurt, so I try not to think about it. But while Dark Ages may not be the most exciting, thrilling ride in the Doom amusement park, it feels like it belongs. Saying this is the weakest of the trilogy is kind of like saying Carl Weathers was kind of a pussy because he lost that arm wrestle with Arnold.
I kind of like this, it's a video essay trend, don't get me wrong, people. People just fall for this all the time. But, like, he's saying that, like, this, at the end of the day, video game's pretty good. Spent, like, 30 minutes complaining about it, like, no real positives. Like, I think it was, like, 35. Like, I just watched it. The amount of compliments he gave this game, minimal. Like, 5% of the time, maybe, if I'm being generous. It's just like but it's pretty good, though. It's like, but you just spent the whole time complaining about it. Like, I don't know. It's just a trap that we all fall for.
With id Software focusing entirely on the single player and abandoning everything else, I expected this to mean we would get the best campaign in the series. But it seems all that extra content was sacrificed for naught.
You betrayed us. And for what?
Nothing!
The devil is in the details, and when Doom 4 comes out, don't forget to catch that fucker. And that is why Doom the Dark Ages is so disappointing.
Video was about how disappointing rather than blew his mind at points. Yeah, I guess, yeah, he did structure the video like the title does reflect that, because it would be more like a, here's how it falls short. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you just go by vibes, like, think about it, you're the stupidest person, you're just an average American, you're part of the double-digit club, and, like, you're just watching a video, so you only go by the vibes of the video. You would get the vibe that this game is shit, when in reality, he's just saying it's a 7 out of 10. So, like, I do think he had some insightful points. He made me think about a couple things. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he is also a little disingenuous on a couple parts. But, like, not that bad. Wasn't disappointed, it was just different. Yeah, I feel like if you focus so much time on the negatives, like, people will just get a negative impression. Don't take Actman as a review. You just watch Actman about how he liked this game or why this game is shit. I mean, like, at the end of the day, that's what a review is. It's like why he likes this game or why it's shit. There's definitely room for that. It's just, I don't know. There's not a lot of discussion of, like, the positive points in this video. Although he is very much correct about story, view of the physics. It's just, like, multiplayer being gone, I view that as a good thing. Because I feel like the campaign was made longer and better because of it. Sound design is 10 out of 10. Yeah, I guess how would I put it? I much prefer like if a video was discussed with more nuance. Okay. I'm probably only going to do 1 or 2 more videos at the end. Heck it. This is a short one. I can easily fit this in. So there's this guy called
If ever there was a series that exemplified
Wow. I wanted to There's this guy called the Critical Drinker.
If ever there was a series,
but he has a gaming thing called the Critical Gamer. So we are going to watch this mainly just because this video is 6 minutes long. So I can easily fit it in. Oh, by the way, another beer. Cheers. So, this guy is primarily known for making a bunch of movie reviews, which, yeah, I've watched a couple of them. I'm gonna be real. He just makes very surface-level criticism of movies, and I much prefer the in-depth stuff, like very in-depth criticism. Like, his format is just way too short for me, so I never stuck with him. I know there's a bunch of political stuff around him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not blind to it. At the same time, I think it is fine to just take somebody on their points of what they think about a game is. And you know what? He has some thoughts on Doom the Dark Ages. So let's just get into this drunk Scottish man talking about a video game. I mean, I'm a drunk Wisconsin man, so I understand. We come from a similar culture.
Series that exemplified gaming in the early 90s, it had to be Doom, a franchise that pitted a lone space marine against a full-scale demonic invasion by the literal forces of hell itself, only for him to grab his combat shotgun without a second thought and say, "Bring it!" The series was eventually rebooted in 2016 with a gloriously good remake that kept the frantic pace of the original game, only with sexy modern graphics thrown in. Doom Eternal kept the tradition going in 2020, and so here we find ourselves 5 years later with Doom the Dark Ages, a prequel to the first Doom that shows the origins of the Doomslayer and how he ended up on that research facility on Mars.
He didn't, but okay, I'll recap. Understood. Didn't even know he has a gaming channel? I didn't know either until I did research for this. Yeah, what's up, Sergeant Diggs? How's it going? Hold on, we should put a Critical Drinker here. His videos are basically rage bait? I never got that impression. I always just viewed him as more just like, he's not explaining exactly what's wrong with it. He's just saying what's wrong with it, which is just like a, I'm not the biggest fan of that.
You know, I love how many layers of lore they've built up around this guy now. Like, in the original game, he was literally just a guy trying to stay alive. Now he's this ancient, immortal demon slayer warrior from another dimension or something. Anyway, whatever.
He is kind of right. In the classic Dooms, like, what is he? A guy who his family and his rabbit was killed by demons? And now it comes all the way to Doom the Dark Ages, and it's suddenly like, oh, he was actually at the center of an intergalactic war between the Sentinels and demonkind. Like, the change in scope is massive. I think I'll put that there, 52-ish, about 52. The massive change in scope from Doom 1993 to TDA.
I'm not going to delve into the plot too much because really, who cares? The high level
I hope that is the only plot section of this video.
view is that the human Night Sentinels are locked in a battle against the forces of Hell, and things aren't going too well for them, so their allies, the Makers, deploy the Doomslayer directly to the battlefield to even the odds. I mean, he doesn't really seem to want to be there, but they've got him fitted with a restraining device that more or less forces him to comply. From that point on, it's time to suit up and send as many demons back to Hell as your computer graphics card will allow. And as you'll probably know,
Yeah, he's right. The thing that will hold you back most is your fucking graphics card.
notice, there's quite a lot of them to deal with now. The enemy count has been bumped up big time, and unlike previous games that were based around linear corridors and small rooms, the Dark Ages combat tends to happen in big open arenas where there's much more room to maneuver, but enemies can easily outflank and overwhelm you. And considering the Doomslayer feels slower and heavier this time around, and you don't have the double jump function anymore, you might be thinking that the odds are unfairly stacked against you. Well, enter the shields. This thing is without a doubt the biggest change to the combat formula in the Dark Ages. Instead of jumping and dodging to avoid enemy fire, you have to use the shield to parry and deflect incoming attacks while you close the distance.
Guys, I want to say something. Like, I'm trying not to be a bad reactor. I'm trying to do transformative commentary. But he's literally just fucking describing how the thing works. What do you want from me? Yeah, this is just how the game works. Okay, where's the analysis? It's been a minute since your last point, but like... anything beyond describing the game? This is a 6-minute video. You're running out of time. You better get into some fucking review analysis real quick, or else, fuckboy, it's gonna catch up on you.
Encouraging you to go straight at your enemies instead of avoiding them. You can also use it to perform a charge attack with a lovely shockwave for crowd control, and throw it like a fucking frisbee to slice weaker enemies in half. If they're armoured, it can help to break the plating off, and for bigger enemies, it'll interrupt their attacks and stop.
Okay, so throwing the shield does break the armor, but it doesn't help to break the armor off. It does. It's actually crap at building up armor like heat on the armor so that you can break it. Bad choice of words.
Unlock them in place for a few seconds, buying valuable time while you get in close and blast them. A lot of the boss enemies and heavies will use energy attacks, and if you time your shield parry right, you can ricochet it back at them for extra damage. I mean, the parry window's pretty forgiving, so it's not too challenging, but the point is that the shield is now a vital part of combat in this game. You need to get good at using it to maximize your potential, or you'll end up like me and tank a shitload of damage that you could easily have deflected if you just thought about it a bit more. The point I'm making here is that the combat in Doom the Dark Ages might be slightly different from previous games, but for me it was just as fun and rewarding. There's a wide...
Okay, there's a point completely not relevant to this guy's review. But everyone always tries to, like... I feel like nobody covers the blocking skill enough in video games. Like, take about Dark Souls. Like, when's the last time you've seen a Dark Souls analysis that, like, went over, it's like, oh, you gotta keep in mind your block meter of when you're blocking attacks and then use that to help fight bosses? No, it's usually about dodging or parrying. Like, nobody talks about the skill in blocking and the stamina usage and all that stuff in other games. I guess it's just like a... He only mentioned that as a brief aside, but it's like, man, I would love to see a critical analysis on blocking in games. Like, that'd be a cool thing. Sorry, folks. I have to go into different topics because this video is boring me, but
variety of guns to complement the shield, from assault rifles to plasma weapons to the trusty super shotgun to a weapon that literally crushes skulls and hurls the fragments at enemies like a claymore mine made out of fucking bone. They all have a decent sense of power and weight to them, and as with most Doom games, there's a kind of rock paper scissors equation going on where it pays to match the right weapon to the right situation, and you need to get good at switching on the fly. There's also an upgrade tree where you can trade in gold.
The Act Man just said in his last review that you couldn't swap weapons on the fly. And the IGN said the same thing too. No, wait, Act Man didn't. My bad. IGN said it. Looks like Critical Gamer is going against the mainstream IGN review.
for new abilities and weapon enhancements, and since it's not exactly in plentiful supply, you should probably pick the weapons and skills you use the most and max the shit out of them. Enemies are easily dealt with individually but can swarm you in large numbers, and the big arena fights sometimes strain your ability to process so many threats at the same time. All the usual Doom favourites are present and correct here, from the imps, zombies and demons, all the way up to the Hell Knights, cyber demons and caca demons, with armoured variants and a shitload of mini-bosses thrown in to keep things interesting. There was never a point where I found myself getting bored or falling into a rut with the combat. The devs usually seem to know when to vary things up and change the pace, and overall I found it pretty damn satisfying. That being said, the dragon riding sections don't add much to the experience. It's really just a way of transporting you to your next mission point without much freedom to explore or really use them to their full potential. There's also turret sections from time to time that are so easy they're basically just interactive cutscenes, which kinda makes me wonder why they're even in the game. Graphically, Dark Ages looks superb.
Is that it? Like, I mean, yeah, the sections are boring, I agree, dude, but...
Enemy designs are good, the environments are varied enough to hold your interest, especially the later stages where you start visiting different planets and even whole other dimensions. Like I say, there's a big focus on arena combat, so the levels are generally bigger and less linear than other games. There's more room to move around, but never to the point where
there's more of a focus on arena combat, so it's less linear than the other... Yeah, that logically follows, sure.
You lose sight of your objective, and if you really get stuck, there's a pretty effective minimap to help you out. There's some minor puzzles from time to time, but none of it is likely to hold you up for long, and world traversal always takes a back seat to the combat. What surprised me about this game though was how heavily it leans into the story side of things. I mean, it's not like you play a Doom game for complex characters and thought-provoking storylines, but the game really seems to be trying its hardest to pack in as much lore and world building as possible. There's a lot of weird alien things and guys who look like rejects from an aborted Masters of the Universe reboot, spouting off plot points and place names in gravelly voices like we're supposed to have any fucking idea what's going on. I mean, for all I know, it might be Oscar-winning stuff, but I was just happy to get back to blasting demons in half with the super shotgun. From what I understand, Dark Ages doesn't seem to be doing as well as its predecessors, and that's a real shame because honestly, I had a blast with it. Yeah, it's a slightly different take on the formula than previous Doom games, but all the core elements are still there, and there's enough new stuff to keep it fresh and interesting. The main campaign doesn't outstay its welcome, and there's enough challenges and secrets in there to make it worth replaying, so I guess what I'm saying is that if you're a fan of Doom, or just gory first-person shooters in general, I think you'll have a lot of fun with Dark Ages. I certainly did. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
So, sorry, you may be wondering why I didn't cut in there. I was doing the pause when he makes a genuine point that I can respond to challenge, and, was just pulling up blanks, like, nothing this 170k views. 6 minutes. And I feel there was one point I took note of. He made one point to which I felt was like an adequate observation that wasn't just directly describing game mechanics, that like had some insight onto where the series was now, and that was that there was a change in scope over the course of the Doom franchise. Yeah. Game good, Dragon Mech end review. Honestly, it could have been 3 seconds. We'd get the same substance of the review. Like, it's one of those videos. Not good. Gonna sum this up as a nothing burger of a review. Just describes the game mechanics. Nothing further. Could have been a short... yeah, like... like... I'm sorry, just what of substance was said here? Goddamn, I look at videos like this and be like, yeah, I can make it as a YouTuber. If this can make it, I sure as fuck can, you know? It's a little bit enlightening, a little bit good. It makes you feel a little bit better. I'm trying to think. Okay, I only have time for like one more video, I'll say, and then I want to end stream. People were talking about Peach Cobbler earlier in the chat. Should I do the Peach Cobbler video? Yeah, I feel like the Peach Cobbler video might be a good one to end the stream on.
Thank you for watching. I'll see you soon with a...
So, Peach Cobbler has a video called This Is Not a Doom the Dark Ages Review, which means it totally is a Doom the Dark Ages review. And so, we'll be talking about it. Your brutally honest review of TDA, the game we needed was a damn chill pill post-Eternal, because the only way to one-up Eternals give people crack alongside their game purchases. Nice change of pace and is welcome to the franchise. I think it's fine. Like, I agree, but like everything you come at is just like a, well, did you touch any of the gameplay sliders to make them be anything else? And it's just like a, yeah, no, that's a big freaking issue with the game. Is that I feel like a lot of people are not reviewing it with the slider system intact. Like, all the videos we watched today, not one of them mentioned the gameplay sliders in a significant way past, like, a brief mention being like, yeah, these things exist. Like, no one mentions exactly how, like, it changes difficulty or how good it is or how it appeals to some type of player or anything beyond the fact that these are things that exist in this game. That's the point of a review. Describe what you're getting into, and the concept is done well. Do you want them to say? I want them to give something beyond just describing basic game mechanics. Like, give some insight onto why it should appeal to you or a game. All he just basically said is like, this game exists. It does things. Here are the things it do. It's pretty good. Like... I guess what I want more of a logical breadth. Like, I want some connection between the game mechanics and why it's good. I need that connective tissue. Otherwise, like, why should I take your word for it? I won't believe you unless I see some proof. And that wasn't, like, explaining why it was good. That was just explaining what it was with saying it's good at the end. There's, like, a kind of difference there. That's kind of the realm it was getting into, Flimsy Wrist, if you're sniffing what I'm stepping in there. I think reviews and critiques and that stuff can be way more than that. And I feel like if people just like it's like, no, this is a review. It's a plot synopsis. Oh, it's a review. No, you just described the story and the mechanics. That's not a plot synopsis. That's not like a review. That's not a critique. That's a synopsis. Like, let's be clear on the definitions. So yeah, that's kind of my issue with it. What other reviews were covered here before Actman's? We looked at IGN, Mitchell Salzman. Hold on, let me scroll up. The Mitchell Salzman on IGN. He got things several wrong and then contradicted himself several times. I cannot find a Doom the Dark Ages review that is not shit. I'm sorry. Every Doom the Dark Ages review I've seen so far has been bad. But hey, maybe DJ Peach Cobbler has a good review. Let's get into it.
Capital E essay. That essay went places it wasn't supposed to go. Resurrected spirits I thought I'd properly exorcised, and they smeared the walls of my mind with blood. I realized as I was working on it that I'm making this for someone, and I asked them, who are we to you? Answer me. So, that one's gonna take a minute. I don't want it to be sponsored. I really want to take my time. I need to buy a slide projector. So, lots of stuff to do. So for now, before I build this monument to my madness, let's do a land acknowledgement for the gamers.
This video is rated G for gamer. Gentlemen, I am not a former addict eating McDonald's.
So, when you do an intro bit like that, it's very risky, because you lose, like, getting people's attention. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think that was worth it. That bit... You don't know if this is a review? Yeah, it says this is not a Doom the Dark Ages review. It's fine.
and shitty comfort ends, selling my body and soul to any John who comes by with $10 and questionable judgment. No, I'm a gamer. My gamer body yearns. My gamer body yearns for the crucible of combat. It longs for the touch of platinum achievements. Why, I ask you, does Mario refuse to explore my pipes? Doom has never denied my gamer body its needs.
There is just so much personality in the way that he's describing, like, into Doom. It's only if you're immersed in the DJ Peach Cobbler verse. I'm very out of the DJ Peach Cobbler verse, so I'm here for it.
And that is why I've always been Doom's biggest dick rider. It just gets me off. It knows what it's doing. This game is a shit show. Buckle in. But first, here's my computer's specs. Do not show your girlfriend. The real cost of a 4080 Super is all the child support you have to pay. These harlots keep trying to stop me from gaming. I have not been excited for Doom the Dark Ages. Maybe it'll be good, I thought. Maybe it'll be bad. But it won't be Doom Eternal. They clearly are doing some different stuff, trying something new, and so I had a wait-and-see approach. Doom Eternal is...
That's exactly the same approach I had. I was just like, you know what? It's likely not going to be Eternal. It'll be something different. And I feel like with that approach, like, I feel like I genuinely, like, got more out of the game. I don't know. I guess that's always just, I feel like that's just genuinely true. If, like, if you go in with, like, little to no expectations and just take something for what it is, you'll just end up enjoying it more. It's always when something fails to be what it should be that it becomes a real issue, right? Where, like, it fails on its own merits.
It's not a game that you could do a sequel to. The game was about as complex as it could comfortably get before Microsoft starts needing to sell us third hands. Also, you killed Satan in the DLC, who was, you? Peak writing. The DLC felt like...
based. Actually true.
The sequel. The hammer did improve the gameplay loop, largely replacing the chainsaw, which always felt like the weakest part of the player's Swiss Army WMD arsenal.
Weird. Okay, strange. DJ Peach Cobbler. Like, that, I think that's a hot take. Most people hated the hammer. That's kind of insane.
You cannot out-eternal Doom Eternal without restricting yourself exclusively to the O to the capital G gamers like me. Do not pull my card. It's from GameStop. I've had it for like 15 years. I didn't want Doom Eternal 2.
I'm sorry, but just, like, how poorly photoshopped can you butcher the logo? Like, didn't think to take out the white parts in the middle of the O. Didn't think to clean up, like, the little, like, white spotches here. Didn't think to, like, adjust, like, the similarity function on the Magic Wand tool to, like, 80% in order to make sure that it's clear. Like, I'm sorry. I'm probably the only nerd who notices these things.
I think Doom Eternal 2 was a bad idea. Thankfully, my gaming daddy agreed, and the feel of Doom has been altered in new, satisfying ways. There's a vibrating effect now. The feeling they wanted to communicate was, you know, feeling like a tank, and that has been accomplished. Combat has slowed, but it is unmistakably Doom. I'm paying attention to what's going on around me. I'm trying to control the arena itself. I'm getting pulled into the rhythm of whether I... okay. Yeah, okay. As a historian, I know all...
I was about to be like, yeah, you're playing the game. No. But DJ Peach Cobbler, you gotta realize that my game doesn't crash when I play it, so there's no issue.
All too well how vital good reporting is. Without it, our very grasp on reality may be lost. Newspapers, which serve private business interests, in truth serve dark appetites. But there is a better way. You see, back in them Old West times, they had yet to discover Straight Arrow News. Multiple independent experts have verified that Straight Arrow News...
Oh god, it went seamlessly into an ad. I didn't even realize it. Okay, folks, we have to watch the sponsor. It's only ethical.
News is indeed an unbiased source from which you can get the hard facts. In this way, Straight Arrow News has adopted the middle path, and consequently, Straight Arrow News will bring you to nirvana. Yes, you may come to me for madness, but from Straight Arrow News, you can get just the facts. Don't let
I don't listen to anyone who's straight.
yourself be told what it means. Read what happened and decide what it means for yourself. I love using Straight Arrow News to skip the editorializing and get to the heart of issues. I particularly appreciate the Media Miss feature, which shows who's not reporting on what. Bias is a dragon, and one day I will lay it low and eat its heart. Until such a time as that, Straight Arrow News remains an incredible tool to help you investigate bias yourself. Please click.
Okay, yeah, cool. Another news website. Nice.
My link in the description or pinned comment. Doing so will not only help you get to the bottom of reality itself, but will also help out the channel. Thank you, Straight Arrow News, for sponsoring this video.
I mean, do I critique the ad read? Like, is that the point of the stream we're at? Cool. Cut Skyrim footage while I talk over this ad read that they gave me. Cool. Yes, 'cause it's funny? Who's the target audience of this kind of service? I mean, people who want unbiased news. I mean, I definitely hear articles of this, like, there's another, like, app like this. I'm trying to think. Ground News, I think it's called. I get the need that people want to know, like, how the news is biased, but at the same time, like, Skyrim, Dragon, Doom Eternal music. Whoa, 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 whoa. Getting unbiased news source, knowing what's being reported. Oh, wait. It's a thing. Nobody buy that. I don't endorse it. Why did he leave them? He left the NVIDIA GeForce thing on when somebody's, like, recording through GeForce, like, top right. See here? Like, you could have just used OBS, dude, and not have this UI distract me from watching your fucking video. But, okay. Nitpick. I think about these things when I
The
edit,
levels
folks.
load fast once they're, once you're past all the logos. Let's talk about the story.
I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Where's Doom the Dark Ages? So, hold on. Properties. +com _ skip intro video 1. Put this in every single id Tech game. You won't regret it. Like, trust me. It's an issue that's so easily fixable. Okay, sorry. There you go. There's your solution in case you were wondering.
Hugo Martin is my dad, and he can do no wrong. Forget the previous metaphor where Doom was pleasing my body, giving me what I need. We're on a new metaphor now. There comes that moment when we realize our dad is human. Perhaps he cries at his own father's funeral, or he sells you to the cartels for a pound of crystal. Yes, even dad makes mistakes, I thought, as the game spent 10 minutes convincing me how fucking cool Captain Fist Punch is.
He's funny. I give him... This dude has a good sense of humor.
Yahtzee Croshaw complained about Doom Eternal that id had forgotten why the Doomslayer is a fun character. He's a gorilla in power armor, but everyone talks about him like he's God, like they speak in odd and hushed tones about the Doomslayer.
In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first...
He's just a fucking gorilla. What's also funny is that, yes, he is the stupidest dude in every room he's in, but yet, he's always right. He's always the right guy. The scientists reasoned themselves, right? They came up with all these big ideas with their big brains, and they convinced themselves that it was totally reasonable to harvest energy from hell. They're all smart, but the joke is that they're stupid, you see. Whereas the Doomslayer is stupid, but in this situation, he's smart. He just likes killing shit.
You know what? This is part of a comedy video, but, like, I feel like philosophically, like, there's a lot to chew on. Like, this is actually, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, this is a pretty good critique on, like, how sometimes your intuition is the best bet, and overthinking things is kind of the bane to that. Like, it's anathema to, like, what's right to do. Like, this is like the best critique I've had of Doom in the videos we've seen before. Holy crud! Like, I don't know. He's being insightful. I'm gonna say around 5:30ish. How the simple solution is the right one, and smart solutions are wrong. I'll know what that means about. That's why you only watch DJ Peach Cobbler? I mean, like, unironically, like, this says way fucking more than the critical drinker, and we haven't even talked about Doom the Dark Ages yet, specifically. We're just talking about the concept of Doom. Love that DJ shitpost of a video is more insightful. It's kind of insane, actually. Am I taking review suggestions? I mean, you can post them in the Discord if you want. Like, I have a few more videos that I want to watch. Not going to do them all tonight. But I'll still be watching these, taking notes, and overall just shooting the shit with chat. But I think this is the last video before I call it for the night.
Slayer is a joke. He's a joke character. He's funny. Doom Eternal, well, I didn't care too much, since the combat was then and remains now my favorite FPS combat system. But Doom Eternal didn't really seem to get the joke so much. I don't get the impression that anyone was laughing as they made Doom the Dark Ages. As far as I can tell, Hugo now just unironically wants to show off his... Oh my... Are you serious? You know what? I'll lower the setting.
You know what? I didn't think about... There's a lack of comedy in Dark Ages. Yeah, yo, holy shit. Wait. Lack of comedy. Comedy and self-awareness. In TDA. Guys, this is actually the best review of the night. I'm not joking. This joke video, it's already provided way more insight than fucking Critical Drinker, Actman, Mitchell Salzman of all people. Mitchell Salzman really let me down. DJ Peach Cobbler. That was a big downside of the game. Oh, that it lacked comedy and self-awareness. Yeah, there was always that value's kind of lost in the game, which I really appreciated that aspects of Eternal in 2016 when they did that. Yeah, that's just all completely gone. I didn't even frickin' realize, man. Oh wait, there is the Karen scene in Harbor of Souls where you pay the ferryman with bullets. That's the only comedy scene that's kind of still in there. Everything else is just like, there's nothing there. Holy crud, he's so good.
And let's take that opportunity to talk about the graphics. Fuck it, we're back to the first metaphor. My gamer loins are aflame still, and that flame has not been quenched. Phil Spencer, please remove my cage. I would like to finish. Oh, the resolution was set higher than my monitor. Maybe, I mean, that's never been a problem for other games. Whatever. The amount of hours I have in Eternal, that game crashed twice. So now we're through the two crashes I will get with the Dark Ages. You really cannot beat that reliable workhorse id Tech. It's the LS3 of the gaming engine world. Reliable, solid, high performance. And that's why I LS swapped this Geo Metro. Someone had to do it. Actually, no.
But DJ Peach Cobbler, my game doesn't crash.
No, that's not right. id Tech is... It's like a part of gaming history, isn't it? Carmack himself is in this code somewhere. No, it's not the LS3. id Tech is more than an engine. It was wrought by the hands of Carmack, the elder god of gaming.
I didn't think that Carmack could be an eldritch horror name until today. I don't know what this guy is smoking. I want to be on it.
I've grown to really enjoy the art design of this new Doom trilogy. Yes, I roll my eyes when we get another speech about how epic the Doom Slayer is, but these character designs are cool. I particularly love this porker. You instantly know what he's about the second you see him. In general, the look of these cinematics does help me keep my patience with the game's story. The voice acting can also...
You should check out Civi 11. Okay, you aren't gonna like this. I did. Actually, Civi 11 is why I wanted to do this stream, because I watched his review the other night and was like, this review is so crap. How are the other reviews? And so now we're here. Yeah, I don't have positive things to say about Civi 11's video. I'm going to be real. Do not have positive things to say. Unironically, Peach Cobbler's topping the charts and he's not even halfway done. He's got good jokes. He's got actual points that makes me think about the series a little bit. And, like, I'm gonna be real, like, he's doing more than just explaining what's in the game, which, good on him.
At times, elevate the Saturday morning cartoon material, but I've never played Doom for the looks nor the story. No, I play Doom because it fucks me senseless. It pleases my gamer body in ways that you can't anymore.
Why is Todd Howard here? Sorry, someone who's in the frickin' Peach Cobbler cinematic universe. I get it that Todd works at Bethesda Software, but, like, he doesn't work for Bethesda Publishing. Why is he being used in a Doom metaphor video? I don't know. Probably the fact that I pointed out that it is Todd Howard is probably the appeal point. It is definitely just like the fact that I recognize him that he's going for.
Makes me senseless. It pleases my gamer body in ways that you can't anymore, Todd. What's important is the demons and power-ups.
Oh, okay. He's saying that, like, Bethesda games don't satisfy. Okay, I'm sorry. I paused it too soon. My fault, chat. My fault.
They pop out of the murky environments. Those environments, yeah, I want them to look nice, and they do look nice, but the visual...
There's motion blur on in this gameplay, and it disturbs me.
Clarity, which Doom needs to work, is here, and that's what I... Oh, it wasn't the resolution, I guess. Okay, we'll reinstall the drivers. That's what we're fucking gamers. We're PC gamers. We are men among men. I did have the new drivers before I started playing this, okay? I, of course, download every new driver the second it's available from NVIDIA straight to my Neuralink, so I can AI upscale the faces of my loved ones. Anyway, let's really just...
Like, he's a little bit of a joke, but he's kind of right. Like, all these drivers you gotta install beforehand, and, like, I was forced to update drivers instead. Like, he's somehow doing a commentary on that while making a joke out of it so seamlessly. Like, that's impressive, honestly. Why, Todd? Because it just works? Indeed. His video is weirdly low frame rate during gameplay. Maybe it was a recording capture thing. I wonder.
Drop these settings, like low. The game runs perfectly before it freezes, but Google is giving me dick all about what the problem is. Like, I'm getting all sorts of different answers. It seems like everyone's having this problem. When I open the game, it sends me to a troubleshooting website. First of all,
I thought that too. Yeah, no, that still happens when you boot the game. It's still just like, hey, if you're having any issues, here's the troubleshooting website. It's like, huh, you don't have the confidence in your game that I won't need that? This is critical information I must do before I play the game? Like, yeah, no, it gives off that vibe. How many views does he have to the critical drinker? He has 218K. What's the critical drinker at? Hold on. I'll pull up that video again. Give me a sec.
If ever there was a series that
So, critical drinker has 170K. DJ Peach Cobbler has 218K. More views. Okay. He should have way more than, like, 30K views on this guy. Gonna be real. Should have way more. But, like, I'm glad that it's more.
I'm a gamer and I can't read. Second of all, these are not helpful. Whatever. We'll just... It froze. Oh, this game can cause seizures. I guess my computer is epileptic. I'm nice. I'm a nice.
He's good, dude. He is very good.
Nice guy. A gentleman, really. I open doors for people. I give women a head start before I begin my pursuit. I give people the benefit of the doubt. But I've now played 2 games this past month. Games which I begged to ravish me. You understand? I wanted an Oblivion remaster for forever. This shit is butt. It's unplayable for me. You know that capital E essay, whatever the fuck that I'm talking about? Yeah, that's not fun to work on. Fulfilling, but it's not fun. It's been a really hard month. I want to relax. I'm not a game reviewer. I don't get codes unless some Ukrainians made a terrible, terrible mistake. I spent $70 on this. $70 I shouldn't be spending right now. Doom Eternal was $60, and this game that I cannot fucking play cost $70. Doom.
Yeah, no, it kind of sucks how games are getting more expensive, but less optimized and less playable. Like, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like, it's talking about, like, stuff outside the game, but, like, at least it's more meaningful than a freaking Critical Drinker. Okay.
Doom Eternal came out when Bethesda was fucking up. Genuinely. They were getting nothing right. So I guess I just figured that id is different. There's something about them that's better than the rest. You know what I mean? Phil, you sure do wear a lot of gaming shirts. You seem to consider yourself a gamer, Phil. But have you earned that right? Do you remember when Kendrick Lamar took away Drake's N-word pass? I'm doing that now to Phil. Phil, I need your gamer card.
Okay, I've got to be real. I think this guy has... He's entertaining. He's fun. He is right. This is not the Doom the Dark Ages review. This guy is doing comedy bits and talking about Doom the Dark Ages on the side. I thought this would actually be a Doom the Dark Ages review. He got me. I'm sorry. He got me.
You are not allowed to say the G word anymore, Phil. Doom is a part of gaming history, a living history ever since the release of Doom 2016. It's a heritage you have to uphold. I'm being dead serious right now. When they write history books about video games, Doom is among the most mentioned, most influential, most revolutionary. It was made
in a cave! With a box of scrap!
I, as a capital G gamer, have made this decision. Phil Spencer is not allowed to wear gamer shirts anymore. Not as he fucks up the franchise which popularized the first-person shooter. Wear a suit, you fucking bum. You're not a gamer, you're a businessman dressed like one. You know the American auto industry crisis?
What? I'm sorry. I don't know where this video is going, and I'm down for it. Oh wait, hold on. Is this his actual YouTube recommended feed? Because what I would do is I would just record footage of me looking at YouTube. So yeah, I think this is him. We now know what frickin' Peach Cobbler watches. He watches Red Letter Media based, actually. They're kind of funny dudes. And then a bunch of new stuff.
When GM and the other guys all had to be bailed out, American cars became synonymous with overpriced, ugly garbage cars that would break down before 30,000 miles. Imagine if the CEO of GM during this time was constantly talking about how much he loved cars, the feel of the open road, the sheer joy of a well-engineered automobile, as he sold you the Pontiac Aztek. I do believe this will be Phil Spencer's legacy. He will go down as the capital G gamer who helped engineer the games industry collapse. The Corvette during GM's nadir, right? It was still pretty good.
This one is like an American footballer. It might look simple, it might belch in sports bars, but underneath, there's quite an athlete.
Well, it does have some build quality issues.
Can I just show you something? Do you mind if I just show you something? Look at this.
Yes,
Look at that.
GM, even in its darkest hour.
There's just nothing of... I'm sorry. I feel like I'm adding nothing, folks. Like, he can't start the game, so he goes off on tangents. That's the vibe. Should I keep watching this? Like, I feel like this is just good comedy sketch after good comedy sketch. There's nothing on meat of the game for me to talk about. Like, huh? Okay, I'll give it like another bit, but this might just not be a good fit.
Even at their most short-sighted and greediest time, understood that some things are more important than the bottom line. A company, even as sexless and plasticky as GM is, needs a car they can point to and say, yeah, check this shit out. Just about every car brand has a car that isn't really made to make money. It's made to give the brand prestige, credibility among car enthusiasts. Car manufacturers have always understood the benefits of selling at least one product that is unquestionably kick-ass.
Please, this has to be like some great metaphor leaning into how Doom the Dark Ages either is this car or maybe Eternal was, and then this is like an option. Like, there has to be some connection here. I'm just waiting for it, please.
How many Supras does Toyota sell compared to Camrys? Very few.
Ooh.
The Supra is expensive and impractical and, fucking awesome. The Supra exists because the Supra is a part of history. It's a car, which adds prestige to Toyota as a brand. One even gets the sense that Toyota sells all those Camrys and Corollas and all that shit. They only do that to fund the kick-ass car that no one actually buys.
I have to just keep digging this hole of, like, this metaphor has to be relevant somehow. Please, give it to me.
The thing about the Corvette is that, yes, it's a GM product, and so it's cheap and plasticky, but it has heritage and pedigree, and the Corvette is the car that everyone is always paying attention to. Even during GM's darkest hour, the Corvette was good, because if GM can only make one good car, it's the Corvette. The games industry crash back in '83? People act like that's not possible anymore. The industry has simply grown too large, too big to fail, dare I say. Certainly a crash of that magnitude is not possible anymore, but we are currently in the midst of a gaming industry crash, at least.
Just join, you're not sure if this is a TDA review? Yeah, you're right. This video does specify that this is not a Doom the Dark Ages review. But fuck it, we're watching it. This is only tangentially related. However...
Year correction. The investments in live service games which didn't pan out, the inability to deliver functional products, and the consolidation of a massive portion of the industry under one company which has proven it can't manage one fucking studio. Microsoft is the GM of gaming, creating plasticky, half-baked products thrown together with whatever's in the parts bin. However, I'm currently arguing that GM in 2008 was more committed to heritage, quality, and craftsmanship.
Guys, I keep pausing, thinking that he's eventually gonna relate it back, but he doesn't. He never relates it back. He keeps going down the GM automobile rabbit hole. What the fuck do I do?
GM in 2008 could make one good car. They could make that happen.
If you want a plastic left-hand drive car with Vietnamese suspension, here it is.
That's very fast.
Whatever.
They held some level of respect for their iconic products and managed to make them half-decent. Those Camaros were okay, but I am compromised by being 11 when Transformers came out. Really, I just want Megan Fox to like me, and I'm pretty sure that Camaro will make her like me. GM understood that if you own all of this shit, something has to matter. If you own all this shit and can't make one good car, questions will be asked. I understand that most game reviewers would give Doom the Dark Ages more time. They'd probably spend a little more time troubleshooting, but I was pushing 2 hours played. I don't get codes unless Ukrainians make a mistake. I'm a consumer. I spent $70, and I decided I'd rather have $70 than Doom the Dark Ages. Good luck selling your lemons, Microsoft. And thank you for watching. Please recommend a game to me.
He had such performance issues that he made a video. What the? You know what's fucking funny? The dude couldn't play Doom the Dark Ages for 2 hours. Provided a better critique and insight than somebody who spent 6 minutes. Who clearly played the game. Was showcasing footage. This guy couldn't get the game to work. And freaking made at least a couple comments. How's the performance of the game now? Still garbage. But, like, hey, like, you know. Putting TDA next to Redfall is a wild take. I mean, I guess if he had that much performance issues, I get it. Is this just the
like something
read-off?
interesting, though? You know what I'm saying? Something I'd actually want to talk about. And don't make it Disco Elysium. We're not talking about Disco Elysium.
He should talk about Disco Elysium. Great game. Played it all. Love that game to death.
Want something fun and stupid to talk about. Like, obviously, the next video is going to be a history.
Okay. That felt so not Doom the Dark Ages related, because that wasn't a Doom the Dark Ages review. My bad. I thought it was for some reason. We're going to look at one more video, I think. Just because. And I think let's just go with a good old reliable. Some people swear by this guy. I'm not one of those people, but some people swear by him.
Doom the Dark Ages is one of the most technically
This
impressive...
is Skill Up. He makes the reviews for all the new latest hit games out of there, and I'm curious, because just like IGN, like, he's a little bit of the normie perspective. Let's get a little bit more of the normie perspective, and we'll talk about this. Skill Up. Skill Up is better than IGN? Hey, let's see it. Like, let's see it. You're gonna dip? Okay, catch you all later, everybody. We will do this one more, though. Cobbler is your goat? Dude, like... don't get me wrong, 60 minutes and he didn't say a lot, but he said more than fucking Drinker in 6. Okay. Boom.
Games you can play on a PC, and if you want to experience every ounce of its potential, then you're going to want to play it on a GPU from this video's sponsor, NVIDIA. Unlock DLSS.
Yeah, of fucking course you're sponsored by NVIDIA, because you need a 5090 to run this at good frame rates.
Frame generation and NVIDIA Reflex, thanks to NVIDIA's cutting-edge hardware. Click below to check it out for yourself, or stick around to the end of the video to learn more.
Mortismal Gaming gives out good videos too. Yeah, I picked these videos based purely on view count, because my goal was to kind of ascertain what is the normie view of Doom the Dark Ages, like, just in general. So, like, I feel like you have to do the popular review because, you know, the popular reviews that get viewed are generally, like, the public perceptions of, like, what's good. Wait, do I have... Is there a... Didn't, like, Charlie, like, Penguin Zero make a video about this? It might be shorter, which might be better for the ends, but hey. I'm taking you saw the G-Man review for Dark Ages. I have it in my list of things to watch on stream. Hold on, what? I'm just curious, like, give me half a second. This is a 26-minute video, which is why I'm skeptical. I'm wondering, Penguin Zero, Doom the Dark Ages. Oh yeah, he has a 12-minute. Okay, tell you what. Instead of this, we will do Mr. Moist Critical, because his video is shorter, and I don't want to spend this much time on this tonight, so... So he has this video...
Doom Dark Ages.
Is Doom the Dark Ages worth buying? So, I haven't seen this at all. His background has gotten way more expensive since I've last watched his channel. There was nothing on his wall. So, hey, let's see what Moist Critical thinks about Doom the Dark Ages.
After I finished it last night, let's go ahead and get the most important tidbit at the top of the video.
Okay, so he's doing this review fresh off of playing it. Like, he finished it yesterday.
Video here. Horrible PC launch. Terrible. It was ripping, tearing at my patience, all for the first 24 hours of me trying to play it. After spending a couple hours researching and tinkering, I finally got the game to work for the most part. It only crashed 3 times last night, and it was from tutorials that would pop up, so I had to disable tutorials to get the game to run smooth again, but...
Did not have that issue whatsoever, but yeah, this game has been very crashy for specific people. I'm one of those people. I've had several times had my whole PC crash because the game did frickin' something weird. I don't know, because I tried to parry at the improper time. So even the big streamers are having this. That's cool to know, I suppose.
Bad PC launch. I won't blabber about that further. I've talked about it a lot, but yeah, the PC launch of this was inexcusably shit. But let's talk about the game itself.
Before we get onto the game itself, okay, so I was trying to play this literally at launch time, and I couldn't play it for 2 hours because there was an issue with the premium edition that if you bought it on PC, the game codes didn't work until, like, they fixed it 2 hours after the supposed launch time. So, like, I couldn't play the game over somebody who just bought, like, an original, just, like, the copy. Who just had it. Just couldn't do it. My bad, I bought the premium edition. That was very frustrating, but, hey. You know, game issues aren't ubiquitous. Charlie had this as well. Like, that's kind of endearing.
And set that on the side, making a very strong notice of that being the case. I'll go ahead and give you my thoughts immediately upon finishing the game and then dive in a bit more. 11 hours-ish? An 11 hours?
Wait, he beat the game in 11 hours? Oh, by the way, this is literally just screen recorded from Twitch. Holy shit, didn't even record this locally or download it. Sheesh.
Hour campaign, roughly? Because it is a good game, but it's not as good as 2016 and Eternal, so it is kind of a step back in that regard. At least for my tastes, it is. Like, the parrying and the melee, like, it's cool in the beginning, but it's just kind of much slower than all the mechanics for 2016 and Eternal.
Okay, I don't... Parrying and melee is much slower than 2016 and Eternal. I don't know what exactly he means by that, but hey, maybe he clarifies.
And, like, the weapons, you don't need to change weapons ever.
But, like, isn't it cool that you can have a weapon that you can main and then use in a lot of scenarios?
Did most of the game with just ball and chain and super shoddy. You never need to, like, juggle weapons or change weapons for a fight or anything. It's pretty straightforward. I didn't play it on Weenie Hut Junior mode or anything, so don't even try with that cope. I played it on Nightmare difficulty, which is the highest difficulty the game offers.
Except for the max sliders where you can make more difficult depending on your preference. But, like, he's probably going to touch upon that right now, right, Charlie?
There is Pandemonium and Ultra Nightmare, but it's still the same Nightmare difficulty, but then with restarting the game if you die a certain number of times, or an
he went the stupid way of saying Ultra Nightmare and Pandemonium. That's just, it's exactly the same as Nightmare difficulty, is just more punishing, like. You play 2016 Eternal right after TDA. 2016 is slowest by far. I think TDA is the slowest, but that's also at default settings. Like, I just don't get why people don't mention the slider system, because, like, that heavily impacts your game experience. It can make it way different, you know?
Ultra Nightmare if you die at all, which I just didn't feel like dealing with restarts like that. But it is the highest difficulty. Now, the game does have sliders that let you individualize your difficulty. So you can turn up projectile speed, enemy speed, and the parrying window. Because Nightmare is extremely forgiving. This is by far the easiest game in the Doom franchise. Well,
yeah. I think on base settings, like no sliders adjusted, Nightmare on Doom, the Dark Ages, easiest by far.
The modern Doom trilogy, which is fine. Like, it doesn't need to be cutthroat. Like, you don't need to, eat your fucking spinach like Popeye in order to play Doom. I don't have a problem with that, just making a mention here. But even when you do turn the game up on all of those sliders, still a really forgiving game, especially the parrying. I will say, the game is absolutely at its best when you put it to the maximum game speed. So when you're, like, cruising around at, like, 200% speed or 150% speed, I already forgot what the cap was there, it feels better than...
Holy shit. He's correct. Hold on, wait, hold on, let him cook.
In the default speed. But no matter how you set the game up, it is just slower than 2016 and Eternal. I think...
Okay, so he is right that max game speed is best. At least I think so. I agree with him there. subjective take, I know. But at the same time, like, I think it's faster than Doom 2016, at least on 150% game speed. On Eternal, it feels comparable to me. I guess I just disagree. I feel like it is faster, if not as fast as the previous games.
If this game came out and we never had the 2 games before it, I would love this game far more than I currently do. Like, I still really like the game, but it's just not as good to me as the other ones. So, the main reason is, as I mentioned there, the guns you'd never really even need to think about. You can just choose one gun that you like and stick with it for the whole campaign, because the bread and butter of this is just parrying and meleeing. And the
Yeah. Parry and melee are like such a main mechanic that like you can do at any point, and that's so interactive with literally every enemy you come across that like it more feels like that it's a melee and shield game with the gun as like the flavor on top of it. Which, don't get me wrong, that's a different feeling than all the previous games, but at the same time, like, I don't know if it's worse. Like, using the shield and parry like feels awesome to me, which is why I think it's better. But it's just like just mainly the fact that the gun is de-emphasized, I don't think is like a downside.
You also get runes. You get 4 runes that will be like an auto turret or like a shockwave. I just use the auto turret the whole playthrough because it absolutely fucking melts things. Where
he used the worst shield rune. No, Charlie. Used the auto turret the whole time. He didn't realize how good the swords or the stun was. He's playing games unoptimally. I'm sorry, chat.
if you'll parry a projectile, you get like this immediate trigger, which is the auto turret, and it destroys everything that you look at. You're basically firing a fucking laser beam, like the Death Star, at all of the demons. And so you never really even need to use the guns all that much, like to think about what guns to use. So it just takes a lot of what made me love Eternal in 2016 out of it. Like, it is still fun, like I do still like those mechanics.
Wait, hold
but
on,
it is
I need
just...
to rewind a sec.
And so you never really even need to use the guns all that much, like to think about what guns to use. So it just takes a lot of what made me love Eternal in 2016.
Okay, so he's saying that because there's no incentive to use different guns for environments, that detracts from the gameplay experience. Okay, in 2016, you kind of just can use your like favored gun, and it would work well in most of the combat encounters. Eternal has that too, but don't get me wrong, there's definitely weapon weaknesses between enemies. It's just it's never big enough to where you're forced to use it. In Doom the Dark Ages, there are enemy weaknesses, but it's just like it's definitely less pronounced than Eternal in 2016. Yeah, I just don't know necessarily if that's a negative. Like, I just don't think it's a negative. Heard Hugo say they started off designing the game off the Marauder as a base template. I have heard that too. In a video where Hugo Martin watched me speedrun max speed 100% Nightmare on Doom the Dark Ages. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But yeah, like...
out of it. Like, it is still fun, like I do still like those mechanics, but it is just slower, especially because every time that you melee something, it slows the game down. Every time you parry something, it slows the game down.
Yeah, slow-mo is the biggest flaw of this game, agreed.
You don't have a lot of movement options. You have a shield charge, which is fast and it gets you around nicely, but other than that, you don't have any dashes, you don't have any double jump, you don't have anything like that. You sprint, which is nice, and you do sprint pretty fast, but there's just not a whole lot of like movement there, or verticality to that.
Yeah, I still don't get the argument of like the lack of movement or verticality or movement like that's a flaw. Like, I think the game is somewhat well designed around that. But yeah.
Also, when you fall into water, you best be ready for a fucking snooze fest, because since there is no dashing, you move in water really, really agonizingly slow.
So, wait, Doom Eternal's water sections are good, then? Because you can dash during the swim? I'm sorry, like, what is... This... Because, like, that's kind of by direct comparison to Eternal. Because Eternal's swimming sections you could dash through. But, like, that was, like, you just moved through a boring section quicker. Like, I think the root cause is that, no, actually both games are shit. Swimming sections are just boring because they're limiting in movement, and it feels like an auto-scroller. Like, that's kind of the thing. Just say that.
And there is a lot of water in this game. Not the biggest deal in the world, but I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, there's not a lot of water in this game. What? There's the Cosmic Realm, a few puzzles in Siege, and the like. Like, anytime there is a water section, it is like 15, 20 seconds at max. Like, I just don't, like, I don't think the amount of water sections is a flaw to this game. Yeah, there's not a lot of water. Glad Fusion Rogue we agree, because, like, I don't see it.
In regards to movement. Also, the mech and dragon levels, no matter how, like, even if this is your favorite Doom game, which I think a lot of people it might be, if you don't like the very fast-paced action of, like, 2016 and Eternal, I feel like no matter what, you will not like the mech and dragon sections past the initial hype of it.
Yeah, based. Yeah, exactly. The mech and dragon sections are meant for WoW factor, and that's about it. Like, I don't think there's much to enjoy beyond that.
They are boring. Like, the mechanics for the mech and the dragon are rough. I don't think there's a soul out there that's going to fall in love with the dragon and mech sections. Again, they are very cool in the cutscenes, and there are some cool moments in there, like set pieces, but holy shit is it awful to play. It feels
This is why Charlie is, like, known as, like, the normal guy, as in, like, the base. Like, yeah, no, like, those sections did suck, you're correct. Like, he's just true, like
I'm playing an arcade game from back in, like, 2004. You get, like, nothing to do, and it's the same thing over and over and over again. So every time you get into the mech or...
They're still fun for you? Like, they're fun every time you play Fusion Rogue. Like, for me, personally, like, the first time I played those sections, like, I thought they were kind of cool because, like, they looked, like, pretty nice. But, like, when it came to playing them in a repeat playthroughs, like, dude, there's just so little going on that it's fun. Like, you dodge at the right time, you get your perfect shots in, and that's about it. Like, I want my gameplay to be a little bit more depthful than that. At least that's where I come from.
On top of the dragon, you're in for just no fun. It's rough. Like, the mech, you punch until you fill up their meter, and then you right-click for a bigger punch to kill them. And then you...
You know, he's being very simplistic, and, like, reducing the Atlan combat to a point. But yeah, he's right.
Dodge. And that's it. Like, the dodge is also really easy because they are so slow, so you can dodge everything without ever getting hit. And the dragon...
They did add the Atlan's slider to make the, the parry timing lower, which does help this criticism. At the same time, you'd still have iframes, and it is literally just a timing puzzle. Like,
same thing. You just right-click onto something so you lock on, and then you either dodge left, up, down, or right, depending on where their projectile is going. And when you dodge, you get an empowered shot, so then you start destroying the thing that's shooting at you. Rinse and repeat. That's it. It sucks. Those sections are terrible. They should have just left them as cutscenes or, like, really small chunks of gameplay instead of, like, full levels.
I'm gonna be real. I think that would be better. Like, I don't think those scenes add too much, like, that a cutscene couldn't provide. Like, yeah. I would think I would be fine, Dog Matter, if the Atlan sections or Dragon sections had more emphasis, but, like, at the same time, if they were given more emphasis, they also would have to be given, like, deeper gameplay. And I think that's just kind of what I want. If they are given more emphasis, therefore they would have deeper gameplay developed. Like, I think I would be fine with them if they were just done better, is how I would phrase it. Give me QuickTime events? Fuck no. That's... Anything but quick time events. I think that's like one of the worst things you can do.
Would you say the final boss and story of this is better than Eternal at least? Yes. This game, I think, is much better than 2016 and Eternal in the story department. Like, the cutscenes are great, and the bosses were more...
Yeah, okay, story department, no. Cutscenes, yeah, they visually look awesome. But, like, story-wise, like, 2016 is still the best.
Fun. I actually liked the bosses in this far more than Eternal. 100%, yeah. This is something I absolutely think Doom Dark Ages spanks the others in. The story and boss department. I fucking love the narrative. Like, it's not the deepest plot ever. It's also very silly. Like, if you start to think about it, it's a little wacky.
Okay. Okay, I'm about to say, he did go more into the story about how it's wacky, doesn't make sense, but he likes it more. Like, okay, yeah. Most reviewers don't make the distinction. I'm just glad that he does.
But it's not that big of a deal because it is so hype. Like, yeah, there's a ton of aura farming, which is pretty cool, and it's really over the top. But I really did get invested in the story. I thought they crushed it, and they did do a lot for it. There is significantly more cutscenes and much more of an emphasis on the world here.
Yeah, because there's more emphasis on the world and more emphasis on cutscenes, it's therefore better, right, chat? If a game has more cutscenes, it's gooder, ain't it? Yeah. Awesome.
That I think just felt really nice. And I also think the bosses in this blow Eternal out of the water. Like, it's not even close. Like, the final boss in Doom Eternal is miserable. That is a slog. The bosses in here are fun. Especially the final boss. Even though his move set doesn't really change all that much throughout, like, his 20 phases, it's a long fight, which is cool. It's still satisfying. Like, parrying him, getting the timing down, punished windows, all of that feels nice. The bosses...
I would have an issue that, I feel like a lot of the final bosses do just boil down to parry at the right time. At the same time, there's nothing, like, inherently bad with that, but it's just, like... It's a learning curve. Once you learn it, like, you kind of, like, mastered it. At least before the point of where you just, like, max slider that shit, you know?
Is here, definitely the best so far. So, the story, bosses, Doom Dark Ages, definitely the cream of the crop there. Now let's talk about the levels. There's two kinds of levels in this, really, and one of them I like, the other I do not like at all, really. I do not like the green eggs and ham. The first levels, the ones that I like, are the more linear ones that have a pretty set path, pretty standard Doom-style levels, but with a great vibe to them because it has the medieval aesthetic. And I do like the layouts of those linear levels because they give you some really fun arenas to fight in. I think they did a great job with the arenas that you'll fight in, especially with these new mechanics with the leaders, where you have to destroy everything else in order to even get a chance to kill the leader, and then you get like a max health upgrade or something from it. I think that's fun. Those are fun levels, where they're more linear. What they tried to do here is make, like, pseudo-open levels as well, and those...
Okay, I thought he was going to criticize the linear levels, but he's actually criticizing the open levels. I do have my critiques of the open levels. So, I'm interested in what he thinks, really, is the critique of them. I'm sorry. I'm just gnawing at the thought of that someone has the same opinion as me, so I gotta dig further.
Those are not the move. Those puppies, you can keep them in the toilet. You can leave that shit floating, because it is not enjoyable. I like the exploration. There is a lot of exploration here, but those pseudo-open levels are just a chore. Going from, like, one side to the other to get the key, and then once you have that key, you go back to open a door to get a toy or to get some gold, because gold is what you spend for the upgrades and shit. It's just, those levels are not enjoyable. I really did not like them. I didn't think the layout was all that good either. It was usually just hit this crate over here so that way you can reach this to climb it, or do a full loop around the map so you can find the opening so that way you can go to that thing you saw at the very beginning of the map.
Yeah, I think that this delves into the lack of verticality in the open world levels. Like I said, Doom 2016 had great vertical levels. Foundry is a great example of where you can jump up and down and thus get to different parts of the map. Like, for example, the rocket launcher secret is, like, in the midway point between two gore nests. So, like, you going up and down is, like, it definitely adds to exploration because it adds another dimension for you to traverse to. The open world levels in these games are very 2D, so it's not very much about discovering where you can go depending on relative to where you are right now, like vertically, horizontally. It's just horizontally where you go. How do I say this? A two-dimensional game is just 2/3 the game. How it be? My problem 2D is that you can neither run nor afford it. Oh, okay, so, here's my opinion as someone who's never played it. Cool.
I did not like those pseudo-open maps at all, but I liked the more linear levels. I thought those were great. Music, it's a step down. I think everyone knew that was going to be the case. The music is not memorable, but it's...
Okay, on first playthrough, agreed. I don't think there was anything that stands out, but, like, on repeat playthroughs, I've gained very much appreciation on the music of the game.
Fine. Like, it's decent. Like, it's not bad. With no Mick Gordon, I think everyone and their grandmother knew that these titties were going to stay a little flaccid. Those nipples weren't going to be perking up for the music here because it's such a big shoe to fill. But I think the music is good. And I don't think it's more than that. There is no point throughout the entire playthrough where the music ever stood out to me. It always just falls into the background. Like, it's there, and you can recognize it, be like, oh, I can kind of hear, like, the jint on the guitars, you know, a huge chug or something back there, but there's never a moment where you're like, fuck, that's good stuff.
My moment where there was, like, fuck, that's good stuff, was Cosmic Realm. Dude, what's it called? Into the Void? That's the music track of In the Void that plays several times throughout the, you know, Cosmic Realm area. Like, that opening guitar riff of where it's just playing, like, you know, where there's just one chord playing in the backgrounds. I fucking loved it. The Prowler scream during the combat encounters that felt straight out of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Like, fucking, I felt it. Like, don't get me wrong. Even my first playthrough, I'm like, that's fucking awesome. It's just that every other track has grown on me. But yes, that's one of my favorite tracks. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Like, I think they killed it in that. Which is weird, because the music that's most unlike Doom, they did the best at. Like, the Cosmic Realm influence on the Doom the Dark Ages soundtrack, I felt was their best work, and their worst work was when they were in hell trying to do generic metal or whatever. Actually, when they were given an opportunity to be different is when I think they succeeded. Spire of Nerethul and Abyssal Forest / Ancestral Forge are your favorite for music? Oh, dude, Ancestral Beast, which I think is the track for Spire of Nerethul, fucking awesome. I agree with you there. Like Hebeth Hell Knight entrance music too? I don't remember that, but if you like it, you like it. Good on you. The music implementation and bugs messed up a lot of folks' first experience with it. Oh, was there a lot of music bugs? I didn't even notice that. Okay, wait, there was a few music bugs I got on my first playthrough. Yeah, no, that would have. I understand, yeah. Would have gotten in the way for a lot of people's first-time playthroughs. Love the part in Blood Red when you start the Vagary Champion. Yeah, Blood Red's also a good one, yes.
Like, whereas in 2016 in Eternal, you'll hear a track come on and be like, damn, I need that on my workout playlist. Here, there's not a single track, a single moment in the music department where you're like, oh yeah, that was a fucking slapper.
Disagree, but hey, like, okay, we can like different tracks, okay.
But it's fine. No, the guns are great. Like, I think the guns are super cool. They did an amazing job with the guns. It's just the gameplay doesn't necessitate you using them. You can just pick one gun and stay with it for the whole playthrough and you are totally fine.
Yeah, again, like, people say that and it's just like but why is that bad, though? Why is it bad that you can have a favorite gun that you want to use at nearly every opportunity and the game allows you, like, what's bad about that? Like, we've been through, like, 4 reviews today and, like, not one person Like, that point has been made a few times, but, like, not one person has justified it on why it's bad, you know? It's more fun to weapon swap? It could be just as fun to use a regular weapon. Doesn't have to be PB Rocket quip swapping. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's just like, yeah, you could enjoy using the flavor of the plasma double dildo rifle. Like, just shooting the accelerator and, like, get damage increase and then have that electric shock chain to people. Like, that's totally something someone could find more fun than just running in front of the face of someone and super shotgunning them to death. Like, both are individual playstyles that require very different approaches, but, like, why is the fact that both of them are viable a bad thing? Like, not one person has really explained how that's, like, a negative, but people have quoted it as such, you know? You can do it in Ultra Kill. Mayo did it. Yeah. Just do first weapon, no upgrades. Yeah, just fucking do it. If you can do it that in a game, it must be bad, right?
Like, for example, my favorite guns were the skull ones. And you probably didn't see me use them for more than, like, 10 minutes total. Because I just didn't need to. Overall,
So wait, your favorite guns were the skull guns, but you didn't use them. If they were your favorite, why didn't you use them more? Like, yeah, they were my favorite guns, but I didn't use them because I didn't need to. It's like, I don't think they were your favorite then. I think you just didn't want to use them. You just used another gun. It's one of those things where it's just like your actions don't speak to your words.
really enjoyed playing the game. It's just the weakest in this trilogy, in my opinion. For my taste, this game was a step backwards for it. I do really appreciate that they try something new every time, though. I don't want this to get twisted. I like that Doom Eternal was super different from Doom 2016. And I like that Doom Dark Ages is super different from Eternal in 2016 now. I appreciate them taking risks and trying new mechanics out as opposed to just copy and pasting and taking the easy way out. It's just this one wasn't really, for me, as like my favorite. I still did enjoy it though. And I think for a lot of other people, this will be their favorite, which is fine. I like that they will keep switching up the formula instead of just being content with the same one. And I'm really looking forward to the next Doom game, and however the fuck they mix that one up, whatever they're cooking in the lab on that. It is a fun game. I do think it's worth buying. I, however, also think that if you're going into this as someone who's like the biggest Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal fan, this one might be a little disappointing for you with the direction the gameplay has gone. I still appreciated it, but I do find it to be the weakest of the three. I do, though, think that it is a very high-quality game, and in a lot of ways, someone mentioned this on stream, and I thought it was a little over the top, but now the more I sit and stew on it, I think it's almost an apt comparison. Doom Dark Ages, to me, is kind of the same way I view Dark Souls 2, where even the weakest in the Dark Souls franchise is still better than most other games.
How dare he? You know what? Dark Souls 2 is pretty good, but only when compared to Elden Ring.
That's how I feel about this game. Even though it's the weakest in this Doom trilogy, it's still better than most other games that are coming out. So I do think it's still worth buying. I did still really like it. And
no mention of the fucking slider system. He did say max game speed was most enjoyable, but like that's it? Like that's all that you're gonna talk about on the slider thing? Like
it's really about it. So yeah.
That's it. Holy. And this is kind of why I stopped watching Moist Critical. What? He had one point that I think was of note, that like he thought the open levels were a chore. Which, like, don't get me wrong, I get that walking everywhere could be an issue, but like that's kind of the point. If like that's the only point I felt like justified enough to like worthy of taking note in this 12-minute video. Like to see more of my thoughts about Elden Ring? Everyone else would. You know what? People have told me I should make an Elden Ring video for a bit because of how much I rant about how much I dislike it. Honestly, if you want my true Elden Ring opinions, there's this guy who made a critique of the Elden Ring DLC named Theo T. Tree. He has a Shadows of the Erd Tree critique. Just watch that video. You'll get like 90% of my critiques from watching it. You stopped watching Moist Critical because he doesn't talk about certain things more? Yeah, like a lot of his things are just surface level. He didn't really get into the meat of like why things were bad or whatnot.
The mech
like
and
I
dragon...
agree with him, sure. Like he talked about the mech dragon sections, story being way more prominent than it should be. Like yeah, like I agree, but like why though? And he just like he doesn't like go into why much. He kind of just has the take and then that's it. That's why I don't know. I'm very much not in favor. I don't like a lot of modern review / critique content because it's almost like they fear getting into any depth or analysis. They kind of just describe how they feel and what things are, and there's not anything more. Liza P is the best Souls-like. You would die on this hill. That is something we can agree upon, the Lightwing. Liza P is fucking fantastic. But yeah. So, best critique we watched all day was DJ Peach Cobbler. Give it up to DJ Peach Cobbler, who didn't even comment on the game for 12 minutes out of his 16-minute video. Still provided a lot more, food for thought than the other video. I'm gonna end stream, folks. Thank y'all for stopping by. I'll be live tomorrow, which, by the way, stream tomorrow starts around 5 p.m. Had to change it. But yeah. Thank you, people on YouTube. Catch you later. Yeah, and everyone on Twitch, I will find someone for you to be rated.